Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. Already we are on match 12 as the IPL Desert Juggernaut rumbles irresistibly onwards. If it's Wednesday, well, we must be in Dubai, and it will be the Rajasthan Royals taking on the Kolkata Knight Riders. The Regal Crown is sitting pretty well for the Royals at the moment, top of the table with 2 wins from 2, having seen off 2 other rivals with royal pretensions, the Chennai Super Kings and the Kings 11 Punjab. It's been mixed fortune, though, for Dinesh Karthik's Knight Riders. Defeat to the Mumbai Indians, battered by Rohit Sharma, and then a solid 7-wicket win against the Sunrisers. A tie is always long odds, but both these teams have previous form in that department. The last time they faced off in the UAE, the Royals beat the Knight Riders on a boundary count. Remember those? After the Super Over also ended in a tie. And it was the second tied game between the two sides in IPL history. The first one happened at Cape Town in 2009 when Yusuf Pathan won the Super Over for the Royals. The toss and team news. The toss has been won by the Royals, and not surprisingly, I suppose, Steve Smith will bat. The teams are unchanged, and we will, from both their previous outings.
They're bowling first.
Did I say that?
No.
Did I say they were batting first?
Yes.
Oh, they're not. They're bowling first. Not surprisingly, they are bowling first, because that has been the trend. That was the voice of Andy Ward, who was
Who's
already
that skinhead on it?
expert summarising. Yes, he's already come in aggressively.
Pre-lockdown
with a
haircut. Yes,
Can I say
I'm anticipating lockdown.
You look like Rick Butler from the Jam.
Oh, fucking hell! Get me a wig.
And the other voice, of course, we've been talking about royalty. The king of social media, Nestle Boy. Do you want to take us through the teams then, Andy?
Well, both teams are unchanged, so it shouldn't take too long. KKR are going to bat first. Shubman Gill, who got 70 in the previous game, and Sunil Narayan will be pinch hitting. And Nitesh Rana, Dinesh Karthik, wicketkeeper captain, Owen Morgan, Andre Russell, Pat Cummins, Shivam Mavi, Kuldeep Yadav, Varun Chakravarti and Kamlesh Nagarkoti. Rajasthan also unchanged. Joss Butler keeping wicket, Steve Smith captain, we expect them to open. Sanju Samson, who's been on fire in this tournament so far. Robin Uthappa, Ryan Parag, Rahul Tewatia, who may go up the order again. Jofra Archer, Tom Curran, Shreyas Gopal, Ankit Rajput and Jaydev Unadkat. So neither side changing a winning team.
No, indeed, that's true. And where's your money today, Andy?
Well, who could say? We've only had a couple of games. I'm probably leaning towards Rajasthan, who've been the surprise package so far, but Smith and Sampson have both scored 50s in both games, so they're on fire. Jofra's discovered previously unheard of pinch hitting ability.
Yes.
So bowled very well. But, you know, anything can happen in the IPL, as we've seen in the last few days.
That wasn't that a world record or an IPL record?
Yes, highest ever chase in the IPL.
Rajasthan
yeah,
Samson,
they're two games. They've scored 226 and 216, which is a lot of runs.
Joss Butler as well is going extremely, or average. He's going well in terms of average as an opener in the IPL since 2018. I think he's got the third highest after Warner and KL Rahul. But he didn't really fire too well in the limited overs games for England against Australia, did he?
No, and he's only had one run out so far. He didn't get any runs in the last game. The bear is waving. What are you waving?
He is. Well, I think we are about to start, and it's going to be Sunil Narayan. Won't be starting. It's 5 minutes early. Yeah, I was going to say.
Who's he talking to?
I don't know. Bear, why are you waving frantically?
He's talking to someone. Who are you talking to, Bear? Who's that? Who you got in there?
We're getting
no one you guys know. No, I'm not signalling you guys. I'm telling Damien. Our web designer is here.
Oh, hello.
And I am just telling him, I'm pointing out how the studio is
we
working
thought you were
and stuff.
waving at us.
No.
He's a web designer. Can you point him in the general direction of the Sunrisers of Hyderabad and tell them that whatever the 12-year-old trainee that designed their website did needs correcting urgently?
I should do
and
that
I suggest
immediately.
he gives them a ring.
Okay. I'm going to go now and talk to him.
Yeah, you can.
Before they actually kick off, can I just run through a couple of tweets
Please
that
do.
come in early?
Please do already. Yeah.
Ryan Barish, good morning and good morrow, cricket friends. Cheers to those of you like me who didn't partake in the internationally televised drinking game last night. Oh God, no. Here's to a good game and a good call. Muttley Wolf, afternoon folks, supporting KKR today. Less English players in them, I know, but Cummins is less of a dick than Smith. Love and sausages. Vamshi says Dinesh Karthik is not a foreigner. You wrongly kept the aeroplane at Karthik instead of Andre Russell.
Well, we're not responsible for the pictures. Sorry.
No.
Leia's with us. Hello everyone. I hope Tiwata doesn't make it as nerve-wracking as the last time. And Amrit Singh says should be a good game as long as Smiths don't get a mention. That's Morrissey and Steve. We can't guarantee that, Amrit. I'm sorry.
Can't guarantee that on either front.
Can't guarantee anything.
No.
It will be time to, I think, jingle up the various participants. That looks to me like Jofra Archer has the ball in his hand, and he will have Shubman Gill and Sunil Narayan in his sights. So, Bear, where do you want to start?
There are plenty of guys who talk like they know what they're doing. Liars and frauds. Shubman Gill is the real deal. He doesn't talk, he does it and shows them how.
Oh, I like that.
That's pretty good. Whose handiwork was that?
He's alright, yes, he is fine. Casts his pearls before the swine.
It was more.
On the field this sun will shine. 'Cause it is Sunil Narayan.
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, your toes, on your mum.
I go short.
Well, it is, as we were saying, is discovered hitherto unforeseen, perhaps, 6 walloping ability. He's also bowled pretty well. 24
Yes.
matches in the IPL, 27 wickets for him. Steve Smith is indicating, my guess is, Andy, that's probably saying 1 slip.
Who knows?
I
That's
could be
probably
wrong.
not a bad guess, though. Not a bad
Yeah,
guess.
well, that's why I did say it was a guess. Captain, of course, who has, as I said, wrongly, he is most definitely electing to bowl, chasing being the
Norm. Yes.
tendency and the norm. Is that an IPL general thing, or has it been particularly
I think
here
it's
in the
definitely the
UAE?
fashion in T20 generally. If you're not sure, bowl the reverse of the old dictum.
Well, we've seen it work anyway. Archer's in and over the wicket, and immediately on the drive is that Shubman Gill. Yes, it is. Just pushing it away though into the off side, and there is no run.
Well, it'd be interesting for Shubman Gill. He scored 70 off 62, basically the whole innings in the previous game. They're only chasing 140, so he was able to do that against the power of Rajasthan. How are KKR going to pace this innings?
Well, it'll be interesting to see. Archer's in again. That's quick and worked off his legs to square leg. But it's another dot ball. Good tight start from the gold chain wearing Jofra Archer. Is that the same number of chains as he had on last time, or has he added one?
He's going to end up like Mr. T.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. There must come a point at which it weighs him down on his run up. Shubman Gill stands ready. Archer turns at the top of his mark. Right arm over again. Met forward, but defensively by Gill, away to the offside again it goes, and once more it's no run. A solid defensive rather than offensive start here from the Knight Riders.
Touching 150 Ks, Archer. It's quick.
Yeah, I think the second of those balls definitely looked rapid, the one that was sort of worked off his hip. Let's see what he's got on this occasion. It was one slip in place. This is one hand off the bat from Gill, and it's deep backward square. He is away and off the mark with a single there. So Sunil Narayan will be able to take strike. Steve
Now,
Smith is
I don't
still
think there's
organising.
ever much doubt in Sunil Narayan's mind about how he's going to play at the top of the innings. You know what you're getting. It might come off and it might not. But it's
You
generally,
described him as pinch hitter, didn't you, Andy?
he's the quintessential pinch hitter.
Quintessential pinch hitter.
And I'm surprised more teams don't do it.
Can you explain to me what a pinch hitter is?
Well, originally I think it was a baseball term.
It
So
was.
in cricket, it's certainly someone who goes up and gives it a biff at the top of the order, or even comes in 4 or 5 and just tries to play one of these 20 or 7 innings.
Comes with an element of risk.
More
Pinch
so.
run.
Somebody who's
Basically,
not known for their classy
100%
batting,
risk.
but for their biffing, basically. Archer in. Ooh,
Biff that.
and you'll know, and he quite rightly says no one is going to biff that. It's through to Jofra Archer before you could even say the word biff, and that one moved away from the left-handed Narayan, and it had pace and it had movement off the seam, and not surprisingly, England colleague for Jofra, Josh Butler, warmly applauds the effort. And he gets a nod of approval from Smith as well.
As soon as Narayan's on strike, Archer straight away went back in the length. He might not do it every time because he doesn't want to be too predictable, but I think he's more likely to keep it out of Narayan's arc.
Archer's going to be in again, and this one's a swing and a miss by Nareen. You were dead right, Andy. You know what you're going to get.
Yep.
He did all the right things except for actually making contact with the ball on either occasion, end of the over. And we will ask Nestlers, who appears to be actually in Dubai according to your backdrop there. Is that right? Is that Dubai or is that London?
Vegas.
Vegas? Nope. Where are you?
Nope.
Where are you in the world, Nestlers?
Epping.
I know you're in Epping, but the picture
Basil On Crick Tracker, Faisal bin
That's not
Moses with
epic.
us. Shandu Konidala, Balu Maharanda, Mehul Joshi says, "What is happening here?" Avanish Panda,
That's what we're here to tell you.
Well, yeah.
Mo Anish, Panjab Singh, Subhan Ali, welcome you all.
Well, it's going to be Ankit Rajput. An economy of rate of 8.7 in 25 matches and 23 wickets for him. The bear is going to jingle him. He's also got the slip in place and a little bit of gentle away swing. Nothing, I think, that would overly trouble a quality batsman. It goes past the bat of Shubman Gill, who was happy to leave it. Again, it's a dot ball. Been a positively pedestrian start, Andy, this.
Very. It's only 7 balls, but Gill certainly looking to get his eye in here.
Technical thing, Bear, can you change the title on YouTube?
One without loss. That's the bear. He's been distracted by our web designer. And this
There you
one
go.
down the track comes Shubman Gill. Back and up over Rajput's head. Did that take a bounce on its way through?
I think that's 6.
Do you think that went all the way?
I think that's 6.
The bounce was over the sponge, was it? We'll let you know that in a minute. Bear thinks it's 6. It
You could
was.
just pop that one into the slot, and Gill
Well, we're going to have another look.
hesitate.
And it was marginally over the sponge. The director of our pictures had to have another look.
Well, it's either over or it isn't.
Not the bear. He knew immediately. They still haven't confirmed it yet, though, on screen.
Okay,
According to
there you go,
this,
finally,
it's signalled. Finally. It is signalled by Chetihodi Samsahuddin. And I'll not say that many times today. This one is worked off his legs by Shubman Gill through mid-wicket. They will take one, they'll come back for a second. Might they look for a third? It would be brave, and I don't think they will. Moves, having criticised them for such a pedestrian start, it moves the Night Riders on pretty swiftly to 9 now, and crucially without loss as well.
Well, it only takes one shot to get you going sometimes.
Would it be fair to say that a lot of these Indian players haven't faced Archer before?
Probably. Well, he's had a season in the IPL last year. He may have
Oh, he did
faced
he?
him there, yeah.
Yeah, I think he did beautiful swing of the bat for that maximum from Shubman Gill. This one's flicked off his legs, strayed down a little bit onto leg by Rajput. Once again, it's to mid-wicket, just a single this time.
Now, I think this
Rajput.
is the matchup that KKR will try to make the most of. Narayan against a slightly more friendly Rajput.
Yeah, he's as a sort of right arm, quickish medium, not much more than medium from what I'm seeing here.
No, it's certainly not looking quick compared to Jofra.
Actually, that was the umpire there was
The other umpire, you've got to say his name now.
Well, yeah, I might have need a little run at that one, Andy. I did write it down earlier, but I haven't practiced it. This one is pulled by Narayan, but he doesn't get hold of it. A little bit of under edge, and it's away to mid-wicket. I could tell you the third umpire's Vineet Kulkarni. That's rather easier to get your lips around. 10 without loss. 10, all 10 in fact, to Shubman Gill, and Sunil Narayan yet to get himself off the mark.
Here's his chance.
He is about to face, as Andy was describing it, the more friendly Rajput, but no, straight to mid-wicket. That second umpire is KN Ananthapadamanabahan. That's it. He'll just be the umpire for the rest of today, I'm afraid. Was that over?
Yes.
Good lord. In which case, Nestle, who still hasn't told us where his backdrop is.
Got to guess it.
It's London, isn't it?
The bear got it straight away. Jay Grover's with us. Hello, Jay. Good afternoon, all. Has not Fred missed me so much yesterday? I thought I'd ignore the horror I had to write about last night and join you all. Hooray! But wrong. Good evening from a hot and balmy Dakar, 8 p.m. 32 degrees centigrade. Win the toss and field again. Looking forward
Yep.
to the game. Some nice challenges between bat and ball. Cheers. Imagine how quick a Joffre's stride to the wicket would be without 5 kilograms of gold round his neck. We did
But he
mention
glides in anyway with the 5 kilograms of gold. It is a change of bowling already. Joffre's just had the one.
Knackered.
So Bear, over to you.
J-Devuna can't when you find out that he's worth more money than
Left
your
arm and
whole life.
back down the ground, but met and first-rate piece of fielding. So Unadkat. I always want to call him Undercat. It's Unadkat. Undercat.
Flows a bit better.
The less senior version of the Undercat and Overcat team. But who was that doing that dive to the left? That was a fantastic piece of fielding. I think a Nerdcat might have feared that his first ball had gone straight to the boundary, but it didn't, courtesy of a very lively
Uthapar,
piece of fielding indeed.
Yep.
Is that Robin Uthapar?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know him. I know him for his other abilities, but not necessarily his lively fielding. Did a good job there. In comes Nerdcat again. On to the back foot goes Narayan, who is not really delivering against his pinch-hitting brief, Andy, because he missed that again, having stepped back, given himself room. He, in a way, gave himself too much room, and it went between bat and pad and through to Joss Butler.
Yeah, I think Raw's done their homework here. They're not giving Narayan anything to drive too easily. They're trying to bowl length and back of a length and make him do something extra, and it's certainly struggling with it so far.
No, you're absolutely right. They have got this right. We're watching a series of replays here.
Yep, that's the one thing Narayan's not supposed to do.
This is live though, as the Nudcat is in. And they do get a single at least, so Narayan has got himself off the mark. But if he was looking to do it in the grand manner by launching an enormous 6, and he hasn't got himself off the mark because it was a leg by. He swung across the line and clearly leg rather than bat. Dispatched it about 10 feet to mid-wicket, 5 yards, yeah.
Yeah, this is the one thing he's not supposed to do, go out and score 0 off 6.
No, but this
it doesn't work all the time.
If you're put in that role as pinch hitter, I mean, I've got to be honest, I think every time it's described as that, I think I've probably seen it work about twice in 10. As in comes a Nudcat, met by Shubman Gill, nicely just turned to mid-wicket though, and will only get a single, and he'll bring the as yet unproductive Narayan back onto strike.
It depends what you mean by work. You see, would you say 14 off 8 worked?
It would depend upon context.
No, opening
clearly.
and batting first. I don't think there is much context.
First,
I would say that worked.
You
there
say
you
that.
Go. Yes.
So if you're saying that if your runs are marginally ahead of your ball's face in just a couple of overs, so you haven't eaten up too much time.
You see, marginally wouldn't be much, but yeah, I think
done your job.
Off 8 would count as a win. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. This one is launched, but does it have enough?
No,
oh my lord! It's been put down. Is that Uthapar again?
What a wanker! That's my money gone.
He's looking up to the sky. Well, Tom Curran has a double teapot on. He was not. He was merely spectating. He wasn't even bowling. Shubman Gill launched that, got right underneath it. It was high into the Dubai sky, and
slow ball.
Really,
it was well bowled.
It was well bowled, but that was a shocker. Took it, fingers up, Aussie style, and completely made a four of it.
Well, I took it your style. It's not my fault.
This one is steered away to short cover. No run again. 12 for Gill, 1 for Narayan, our pinch hitter, who's still within his. A couple of 6s for him, and he'll have done his job, Andy.
Yes, well, he's got a bit of catching up to do.
He does, as you rightly say. We're just having a look at that drop from the presumably a drone high above the Dubai night sky. Stephen Smith looks thoroughly miffed. Tom Curran looked miffed, and obviously the fielder that dropped it looks doubly miffed. Probably glad that 25,000 people aren't there. Although there'll be a few on telly, I suspect.
Yeah, I had a tweet
going,
like the other
what's
day.
he done?
Who knows if it was serious or not? Someone said, there's no one there, this might all be CGI.
Oh, that's surely a wide. Yes, and signalled as such. Rajput was well down leg there. If Narayan had wanted to hit that, I don't think he could have.
Which is the definition of a wide.
Which is well, yes. If you do actually succeed in tickling it,
Again,
it doesn't count as wide,
so
does
you
it?
get some wides. I know now you get wides that you could have hit, but originally.
Well, yeah. Now that the tramlines are there, especially for that. This one is launched away to deep mid wicket. There is a man there, and it's another shocking piece of fielding. And the pair
I
is.
think that's bet-related waving.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
well, he's obviously ruined a bet for the bear. It should have been stopped. It wasn't, and Narayan has 4 to his name that he could probably consider himself fortunate to have. Awful 1970s Scottish goalkeeping on the boundary, I'm afraid. 19 without loss. 5 now for Sunil Narayan. And Rajput catches him in front. It's too high. Possibly going down leg. They will take another single. It will be another leg by. Unless they're going to fool me. Yes, it was. They've got it right this time.
A bit wild, Narayan. But,
Well, but this is the thing about that pinch hitting rule, I think, Andy, is that if the expectation is there to swing like a rusty gate from ball 1 without consequence, then if you fail a couple of times, you're going to get frustrated sort of quicker than other batsmen might, I suspect. In comes Rajput, left arm around, and this one is steered very nicely indeed by Shubman Gill through deep mid wicket and away for 4 more. That was a classy shot.
Oh, no jingle. Okay.
No jingle, Bear?
No. What I'm going to say, as I said at the start, this isn't a new thing. Narayan's been doing this for a long time. KKR have had him doing it for at least a couple of seasons. He's not hopefully going to be left out because he fails a couple of times, because they understand it's a very high risk approach.
No, I was talking about the pressure on him as a player.
Yes. Well, there's always pressure on anybody. You know, if you go out and score 21 off 20, like BJ's been doing every game, he's under pressure for a different reason.
Yeah. We saw it a couple of times with Josh Butler when England were in a position to want to push hard. They promote Butler up the order, and they're not necessarily sure it ever worked. This one is worked away again down to deep mid wicket by Shubman Gill. He will just get a single for his trouble.
But again, that's more of an impromptu match situation thing rather than Narayan is actually doing it, day in, day out.
True, very true. Well, then in that case, at what point do you cease to be a pinch hitter because it becomes your regular place in the side?
Well,
maybe it's my wrong.
Now you're asking me to define pitch hitter.
Well, I kind of am, because to me, it's a role of a player moved to do a job he wouldn't normally do.
Right, okay.
Whereas you're saying it's an established role in the side to be that person.
Yes.
That one is, again, away, just straight to cover. They will... At least they should have taken a single. No, they didn't. I suppose it's the old adage, never run on a misfield. I thought the run was probably there, particularly after it was especially.
But it's amazing
well
how many
fielded.
of these discussions do end up in a discussion over what the label means rather than what players are actually doing, which is, that's not critical of you. It happens all the time.
So you can interpret it, the role, even in different ways.
Yes.
This one is through. Was that an edge by Narayan?
No.
Butler took it comfortably. Rajput put both arms up in the belief he might have got an edge. DRS is ticking down. Steve Smith is
running off in the other
jogging to consult. I'm not sure he is jogging to consult his bowler.
I think he's just running off. It looked at first glance, it looked like a big deflection of something, but I guess it must have been bad.
I thought it was his thigh, to be honest. I didn't see the obvious, or I didn't see what looked like bat involved there. But it's in that case the end of the over. So Nestle, man of mystery in whichever city he's in.
Sanjay Lazar says, pretty good stuff, guys, but I'm watching it live on Star. Maybe next time when I'm on the road. Well, do join us next time, Sanjay.
Yeah.
Aaron Kumar says, very nice. ND Ibrahim has sent us a little emoji of what looks like an umpire. And BSB Jamada says, very nice. Milan Mia says, Kolkata. Aaron Kumar says, video. Anil Islam says, hi.
Hello.
They're all the Crick Tracker guys on Crick Tracker India.
Fantastic. We can have a little look at Hot Mic. Remember, if you follow us on Hot Mic, You
There's a few on Hot Mic.
You can sync our commentary to your TV pictures, and Hot Mic will help you do it.
Stan, Mark, and Lexi have all.
So, well, welcome to you. This one is met and pushed back to Unadkat, who's bowling his second over. First ball met comfortably enough by Shubman Gill. There was no run.
Part of what you have to do here is sort of assess what is a good score. You're right, that did come off the thigh. And a clue is that this ground, in fact, possibly even this pitch, was used 2 days ago for the 201 tie between Mumbai and RCB.
But if it's a used pitch, that might just
Possibly,
mean
yes.
it's a
I'm
little
not sure
less
it's the same.
friendly. This one is
honestly don't know.
just worked a bit off. Quick single taken. Yeah, I mean, that was an absolute slogfest, but a highly entertaining one.
It's another strange one.
26 without loss now for KKR. I suppose it's we always caveat a slower start but 10 wickets still in the bank.
It is
that would be of comfort to KKR, I'm sure, as in comes a Nudcat. This one is lofted by Narayan. I think he's got that for you, Andy. Yes, he has. Over mid-wicket, back into the stand. He's starting to fulfil his pinch hitter brief.
It is the same pitch. No doubt they'll have been given lots of treatment, rolling and such.
But yeah, I mean, they do make an issue of this, but the fact is, it's the same pitch that's had 40 overs.
Yeah,
40 overs on it.
Yeah.
If this was Test cricket and you had 90, 100 odd overs in a day, you basically had till lunch. And you wouldn't be saying that's a wearing pitch. This one is step back and steered through a cover, evades the diving fieldsman, and it's 4 more for Sunil Narayan.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You might argue he's not fulfilling his brief there, because that was quite a nice shot.
well, now you're adding another facet to the definition of pitch hitter, which is they have to be ugly and slogged.
I'm not helping, I know.
Which I know, but if they go to the boundary and they happen to be elegant at the same time, well played.
Yeah.
In comes a Nudcat, but he's not going to add any more, because that was the archetypal swing, miss, and hit for the bowler, middle stump. And Sunil Narayan has not fulfilled Andy's brief with 15 off 14. He must go, and it's 36 for 1.
On your bike, mate.
I mean, to be honest, having played that glorious off drive, that one is everything you teach a young 12-year-old at school not to do. Keep your eye on the ball, keep your head still, and don't play across the line.
Get in line, yeah. Well, as a slower ball, you could see him roll his fingers over on it and roll the cross seamer, and it's a good piece of bowling. But we are finally in agreement that that's not what Narayan is sent out to do. We almost caught
we were ever out of agreement. I think we were just playing with movable goalposts on how we defined what a pinch hitter actually is.
Well, if you want to know, look at Josie Oak's tweets. I'm not going to read it out because there's too much pitching in it.
Can you summarise?
No, I don't understand.
Creasy for us. Oh, right, okay. Josie Oak, can you give us praise? We'll have a new batsman. The bear is looking like I don't know. He's like he's begging for money actually.
With no mask now.
Nothing new there.
No, he's waving his roll at us. Oh Lord.
And so it goes, Mediterranean.
So if you are watching us on Facebook or YouTube, you don't have to see what we are currently seeing, which is the bear's lunch being devoured with great enthusiasm. Anudkat then, he's been successful. And he's into the new batsman who is Rana, of course, and that is away into the offside. And there is no run.
Yes, that is very complicated. It's a baseball thing.
Oh, you were looking. You've been reading it, were you?
Yeah, trying to.
So
Anyway,
that's two of you have looked at this tweet, and neither have been brave enough to go, I can give you a summary of that.
No.
so Jay Grover reckons that me and you, Tony, look very healthy. Andy looks like someone who's given up on getting out of prison and focuses on beating retards at chess.
For cigarettes, yeah.
Well, okay. Now the bear is not signalling to us this time. It must be the web developer.
Carrying on, Brian Barry says you can tell what the bearer has bet on by him yelling "fuck" in the background.
Yep.
And Jay also says, "Holy heavens, the bishop just went down. It was least a foot."
I beg your pardon?
Your chair went down.
Yeah, right. We have two chairs in my study, a high chair and a lower chair. I'm on the lower chair, which means I have to remember to sort of bring the front of my laptop forward slightly. First outing today for this man.
He's not South African. The lad Tom Curran.
Right arm over, and he starts with a wide.
With tight control, or else to score some more. Of the lad Tom Curran. The lad Tom Curran.
It's ignored as such by umpire Shamsuddin. We're watching a few replays of the demise of Sunil Narayan.
I think Layers. I'll break
In
off.
comes Curran. Right arm over, much better ball, good length, but steered nicely by Shubman Gill to Jofra Archer, who's there at mid wicket, and they will take a single.
I know bowlers enjoy all wickets they take, but it does seem to me they particularly enjoy getting the line out because perhaps they feel he's disrespectful to it, just coming in and swinging at everything.
Well, I can understand how they might feel about that. You know, it's is it taking the mickey out of it? Is it disrespecting the bowler's art?
Well,
Might be pushing it a bit to say that, wouldn't it?
art in T20. I didn't realise Tom Bampton was at KKR.
Yes, yeah, but he hasn't played yet.
Hasn't played yet, no, and Ryan's keeping him out the side. Well, he does bowl to it.
So of course he missed Somerset's ultimately unsuccessful tilt at putting over the trophy in their cabinet.
Well, much to the
and he's
wrath
yet to play in the
from our
IPL.
listeners, I'm sure.
This one is on the drive by Rana. It's away to mid-off. There'll be no run.
How dare you take a six-figure IPL contract instead of playing in front of 14
well,
people in Somerset?
Again, it wasn't a criticism. I'm just a misfortune that he took a sensible economic decision.
Absolutely.
But missed a game and has yet to actually play in the tournament he missed that game for, which I think will have been a frustration to him.
Oh, I'm sure.
Certainly to Somerset fans. Curran with those pumping elbows is in again, and it's well met by Nitish Rana. 50 so far for him in this tournament, 3 matches in.
Tom Curran's stats came up just before he started. He's only played 8 games, but his economy rate's very, very high, almost 12. I know he bowls in the most difficult situations, but we'll certainly like to lower that bit a lot.
Well, no, he's becoming a class act in limited over cricket. Didn't we see him bowling the other day to his brother? Or at one point in this tournament, we've seen a Curran off.
Or was it vice versa?
It may have been, it might have been Sam to Tom.
Bowled a couple of balls to him, yeah.
I think it may have been 38 for 1. With 3 balls left of the 6 over, after which I think we may affect a change in the commentary box as well. Curran in, met by Nitish Rana, straight to mid-off, no run. He's yet to get off the mark, off 4, but we won't criticise him for that because he's not a pinch hitter. Therefore, he's going to take his time and see himself in. So it remains 38 for 1, none for 2 for Tom Curran. The beauty of Curran, of course, he brings something to your batting as well as tightness to your bowling, doesn't he? So he's
always good
quite
to
a
have
package.
extra string.
He's in, that one offers a bit of width, and Rana says thank you very much. He's not going to miss out on that. It was slightly shorter, slightly wider, and Rana just crouched, cut, and the net result is one of these.
A 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Ishni Sanshi, the bear I can see is either chewing frantically that great big roll he was showing us earlier, or he's still in conversation with the web designer.
Design that web.
But the bottom line was, I don't think you will have heard a jingle of any kind. 42 for 1. Last ball of Curran's over. He will be bowling it to Nitish Rana. That similar ball, but fuller, shade quicker, and Rana this time could only dab it down to slip. There will be no run, and it's time for us to have a change of duties. I have to remember who's doing what.
I think we're just swapping.
Yes, we are literally changing seats, and Nestle stays like a rock of dependability in the middle.
Well, let me do some dependability tweeting. Ravi Nair, today, chaps, I'll mostly be hoping KKR get cut, crushed and ravished. My anger comes from the Hindutva, Bradnam, Gautam, Gambhir. There can be no forgiveness. And there's lots of talk about pinch hitter, but I'll leave it to Leia, who says, I think we should retire the term pinch hitter in cricket context. Nareen is better described as an opening slogsman.
Opening slogsman.
Okay, I hope that catches on. We just saw him like an angel because he had some kind of light, halo-like light just above his head.
Jay wants to know if you're getting touchy again, Bish.
Touchy? About what?
No, you're touchy. You're getting touchy again.
Well, I don't think so.
Well,
Reasoned and well-argued debate is not touchiness.
Well, like
There
me
you
and
go.
Hendo yesterday about the square leg umpire.
Oh, well,
You
yeah.
started Hendo off, did you?
Well, I just pointed out that they don't do anything anymore, do they?
Which is probably a fair point.
So why do they need? They don't need
coat
to stand at
stands,
square
aren't
leg. They could sit on a little stool at deep fine leg over the boundary. It wouldn't make any difference. They still just do this.
Not a great deal. I think it's Chakravarti coming into bowl. Big swing from the batsman. It goes back to the bowler. He gets something on it. It goes through his legs. But now we're out in the power play, so it's one off. And it's just one. No, it's Gopal, excuse me. A lot of wiry spinners that Rajasthan have. 43 for 1. And I would say advantage to the bowling side for the moment, but not by much. And the batsman could always pull it back from here. Gill's on 20 off 17, and Rana will just have 4 off his 6. A lot of moving people around being done by Steve Smith after one ball. Tossed up, a bit of an edge, but it does roll safely down and past short third man. Tom Curran's after it and will haul it in. They're going to pick up 2.
Just the 1 wicket for Gopal in this IPL at the cost of an average of 82.
Well,
So we could do with hauling that in a wee bit.
I did say Rajasthan had scored 226 and 216. They've conceded 223 and 200, so they've also gone for a bit. At least one of those games at the Run Fest of Sharjah. He's coming in now to the left-hander, and that was straight a ball, just went past the outside edge. Well bowled.
Was it a googly, that one? Or did it just go on with the arm?
It looked
No, I don't think so.
Straight to me, yeah. Looked pretty straight. Like all leg spinners, he'll have a special name for the ball, it just doesn't do anything. Here he comes again. Shorter, pulled away over the infield, but actually no, there's a man in a weird sort of 3/4 position. It almost got to him. One bounce and it's safe. I was, I think it's a bit of a stretch to say I was keeping wicket on Sunday. I was standing behind the stumps with some gloves on, trying to keep to a very good leg spinner. Not very well. They are
Just had a visitor.
Nestle has a visitor. Cover drive, uses the wrists there, Gill. He does get it wide of that man in the deep, so he may get 2. Yes, they do.
Don't know if you can see her.
All I can see is your hat flapping in the breeze.
Yeah.
I think your green screen's a bit wonky.
Ah.
My next door neighbour's cat has arrived.
Yeah.
Oh, looking for food, no doubt.
Oh, there's plenty of food down there. What do you want? Do you want stroking? There you go.
Handsome, covered in fur, and the cat's not bad either.
Gopal to complete the over. Oh, a terrible short ball, and it's lifted over mid-wicket into the gap, given the... Well, it deserved at least 4. It probably deserved 6, but he got 4. And it's 52 for 1 after 7. So Nestle and Accomplice. Have we got any more tweets to read?
You want to read the tweets out, Moggy? Jersey Oak says, who knew Noreen was auditioning for the new series of The Saints?
Yes.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of chat going on about pinch hitting and baseball, and I'll leave that where it is. I think
to the yes, baseball.
to the I don't understand. I don't understand. Farron says the old cliche about wickets, catches, win matches, etc. Noreen dropped on a duck that ends up with 15 or 14. Better than a run of ball. Will it prove a costly drop? We shall know in about 3 hours' time. We will.
Right, what are we going to have now? A little bit of a drinks break. This might be Chakravarti, I think. But don't quote me on it. No, it's Rian Parag. Sorry. Sorry.
Who's been on telly? Yeah.
No, Chakravarti plays for KKR. That would explain it. Rian Parag, batting all-rounder, but he does turn his arm over. He's going to do that now. 52 for 1. Batsman has relinquished his helmet. He's coming round the wicket to the left-hander. It's wide. It's hit in the air over extra cover, and it's going to be 6.
Gone.
Yep. Lovely shot. Just lifted that over extra cover. It was round the wicket to the left-hander, and he gave him too much width. And he didn't move his feet much, but he was able to free his arms underneath the ball. 87 metres that one. Right, bad start from Parag. What can he do about it? Oh, a thickish edge. It's going to run down towards third man. That might be 4 more. Nadcat is after it, but will haul it in. Falls over rather unnecessarily, and they should get 3. As a result of that, I think they did. So, Smith was a bit of thinking to do. Parag's gone for 9 runs in his first 2 balls. And Nitesh Rana getting his innings underway. 16 off 11 as KKR look to put the pedal down. Cats, shirts, green screens, it's all happening. You can see
It is. Muttley's got the most concise definition, I think, of pinch hitter, which is the one I think you and I would agree with. I think you must have read that, Nestlers.
I didn't read any of them.
The ghost,
the
CGI ghost that is Nestlers. Back over the wicket to the right hand.
And the cat.
Dropped to the
Stop it.
offside for a single. Cat's causing chaos. Send Muttley after the cat.
You might want to read Muttley's, because that's short and sweet, and kind of the way I think most of us see a pinch hitter from what we've come to understand and interpret it as.
What, the one that says, "Oh, come on, can we watch the bear"?
No, the one. It's about 60 minutes ago. To me, what a pinch hitter is, and then he goes to describe it.
Oh, a bit of a slog sweep there from Rana. Has he put that in the gap? No. Tom Curran's out deep. Just need 1. He looks frustrated. He feels there was 4 available there.
He's a busy captain, Steve Smith, isn't he? Busy in the sense of he's very communicative, and rather than just shout across the field, he tends to run as close as he can to his players.
Yep, it's certainly not what I do. That one tapped out towards long on. They're coming back for 2. Yeah, I don't think there should have been 2 there. Maybe the field was a little bit slow to the ball. Good piece of running, and this over has already gone for 13 with the ball left. KKR taking advantage of what probably is the Royals' 5th bowler combination. Parag's in again. It's a fairly gentle off spinner, and that was clipped into the leg side. Into the same place. Will they get 2 this time? I don't think so. Samson's on it. It's 66 for 1 off 8 overs.
Well, Muttley says a pinch hitter is a player who comes in, makes a few quick boundaries runs to boost the score in a short period. Coming from New Zealand, my view on pinch hitters are Craig McKillen, Chris Cairns and Brendan McCullum.
McCullum, of course, became more than that eventually, but yes, he did start that way.
Yeah, he was a hard-hitting top-order batsman, but maybe he started as a pinch hitter and sort of evolved.
Jake Mahovas says that I've seen... sorry.
No, go on.
Go on. Oh, I've seen... I've seen Aliens too many times. I keep on thinking Andy is about to order us all down on the drop ship.
Am I that terrible guy?
Yeah.
I'm the
I
coward.
see what he means.
Yes.
Did you just
You
snort
do
a-
look like you should be the one that has the cat, though, and stroking it sort of slightly
I look more
menacingly.
Like, I look more. Everybody in Aliens 3 has this kind of haircut because they're all in the prison. So I look like more at home than that.
He also asked, did I just snort a cat? Respect. And Muttley says, I used to steal the neighbours' cats too. I was Canton's resident cat burglar, aka the Canton Menace. Well, this one just wanders in willy-nilly. I have no control.
Willy-nilly, like a high five.
Indeed. Jersey Oak says, the presidential debate last night reminded me of Not Fred and Hendo going at it, or Not Fred and the Bear, or Not Fred and most other GC commentators.
That was so utterly depressing. I don't
I
even
didn't
want to
watch
think
it.
about
No,
it.
I saw clips
at the
today.
moment. No, it was-
Shocking and appalling in equal measure that this is what we're reduced to.
Well, it's
I
not
can't
what we're
say-
reduced to yet, but give it
I
time.
can't say what I really want to happen.
It's
But,
like one of those football matches. It's like Chelsea v Tottenham, where you just want the earth to swallow them all up.
But Lee Harvey Oswald? Nestlers now lives in a world of GCI horror, says Jay Grover.
Yeah, well, your backdrop does always change. Whereas
No, I do it just for the, and you still haven't guessed where it is. Look, surely you know what that building is there.
Oh, is it Seattle?
Oh,
I said
it's the Empire State, it's New York.
yes.
The Empire State Building. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, just checking.
After
You
a
just
stout-
you just think of backdrops least associated with cricket, and then went with that one, did you? An epi.
Adrian Lowe's joined us on our Facebook page. Joining you chimps for a change when it's not an international. Good to hear you again. Welcome along, Adrian.
Yeah, delighted to have you with us.
Funny how people choose different platforms, isn't it, to watch us on? They're all available.
Yep, all welcome.
So where are we? Where do we stand here, do we think, at the moment? What have we had? We've had 8 overs.
I think they're around par. I think it's a decent looking track. I'm not seeing too many
Yeah.
demons in it. There's 200 game the other night, and I think neither side has a definitive advantage.
Oh, run rate of over 8, with wickets in plenty.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
I don't think they'd be overly disappointed. I think they might have been happier if it's not the Narayan experiment, but if Narayan had come off more to his brief.
With these batsmen ahead of the game, Gill was facing on 30 off 22. It's short and clubs it down into the offside. It's to Smith. They take a run. Did they take a run? Not sure. I don't think so, actually. Smith got to the ball.
Bear is signalling.
He is,
I think it is to us this time.
to us. It could be a bounce. It could be a wet.
Shreyas Gopal's in. Hey, Shreyas Gopal's on. Hey, Shreyas Gopal. Bats and ball.
It is his second over. That was jingle there anyway. That one's placed down to point.
Yes. I can tell you his words of wisdom on the official Rajasthan Royals website in a minute as well.
Yeah, that comes in a little bit. It's swept into the gap. Is he going to get 4? Yes, that's well placed by Gill. Pick up 4 runs on the sweep.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Every player is attributed a quotation of mind-numbing banality.
Yep.
And Shreyas Gopal's is the best part of Royals is the team culture that we create. So there we go, that's good to know.
Fantastic. He would fit in perfectly at a mid-level management. Gopal is in, and he's created some team culture there because it's gone straight up in the air. The team are chasing after it, but the culture can't get hold of it because he's put it in the gap. He needs to align his paradigms a bit better than that next time.
The award for the worst segue or trying to fit a concept into a piece of fielding goes to
B. Ray.
Andy
A
Ward.
bit of a swish there. There's a little bit of turn. He was reaching for it, got a top edge, but put it into empty space. And I think they picked up 2 in the air, so long they did. He's going to do this time. A bit more considered push back to the bowler, who almost throws it for 4 overthrows and thinks better of it wisely. It's 72 for 1. He's rattled through 5 balls in this over for 6 runs. And here he goes to complete. And that's clumped back over his head. It's a good shot. It's straight, 2 bounces, long on Joffre Archer. Doesn't even move that before. And that makes a good over in the end. It's 76 for 1.
Yeah, he got hold of that beautifully, didn't he?
And as I was saying before, both these batsmen now pushing towards 150 strike rate. Gill was 40 off 28 and Rana, I think, 17 off 11 or something like that. All seems peaceful in Epping stroke New York.
Yes, she's over there. Jay Grover had to write about the presidential debate last night, drinking heavily, and Brian Barry said his city got called out by one of the participants last night, and everyone here was like, "Oh, what did we do?"
Was that Portland, maybe? Who knows? Who knows? A stream of consciousness it produces. Right, who have we got here? I'm not going to commit this time. It's Tuatia. Who is, after all the discussion about batting the other night, more of a bowler, really.
Yeah, but he didn't half bat well once he got going. It took a while to get going, didn't
he? Okay, here he comes round the wicket. He's gone for the very early for the reverse Rana. Almost telegraphed it, and he would have got a wide if he just stood there because he reversed. He was outside his virtual off stump. And throughs the keeper for no run.
To quote his website phrase, time to get down to get the job done for the team.
Yes, do that.
You can fit that in now as best you can.
That's a wide-ish ball, but it's well bowled because it's just inside the line for me, and the batsman swung underneath it and didn't connect. 76 for 1 in the 10th. Rana now 17 or 14. Goes back to cut, puts it in front of backward point, and has he beat the sweeper? Yes, that's very well placed. A failing dive for the man in the deep, and that's 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Was that a dive really for show? Because it had the mark of a dive that he never really thought he was going to get to the ball with.
No, I think you're right. It's very well placed. There were 2 men finer than that inside the circle. Samson could not. Yes, he wasn't. He wasn't. That was a bit of a.
Even he was
Did
laughing.
someone mention Scottish goalkeepers?
What is known as a despairing dive,
Yes.
I think. The emphasis being on the despairing part.
Yeah.
The dive not being quite so pretty.
Getting a bit bored out there, obviously.
It's like if you're, when you have those plastic bags with water on that you throw yourself out to slide along.
I'm not really familiar with that. So that one's been pushed down to backward point, where Utapa, who's certainly done the worst piece of fielding so far today, picks up the still a single. What are you talking about?
If you get plastic bin bags and you just make them really wet with loads of water, you can keep kids entertained for hours by just running at them and then just sliding along. They enable you to slide.
Yeah.
So it was a kind of one of those dive and slide belly flops that he executed there.
Yeah.
Things they get up to in Playgate.
Suggestion.
Well, if you have to be, if you describe it that way, well, basically you get children and bin bags and loads of water, and off you go.
Stick the children in
you
the
get
bin
yourself
bag.
in all kinds of trouble. But I know what I meant.
Yes, don't seal them up unless you actually have too many children. Tuatia comes in over the wicket, down the leg side, and tapped into the leg side by Gill. Pick up a single. While talking about bin bags, I think he did miss that first ball of the over. There was probably an under edge or a glove from Rana, and it was technically a drop behind the wicket.
Oh, who's the wicket keeper?
Joss Butler.
Joss Butler.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. It was a rhetorical question, I think, Andy. We weren't supposed to actually answer that one.
Okay. Well, given how bad I've been at identifying players in this game, I was probably safest to try to answer it.
Yeah.
So Tuatia has been an eventful over. He's back over the wicket. Now it's the left-hander. Pushes it across him. It's pumped down the ground. Is there a man there? There is. It's out. The bear is happy. And
Not bad.
Hana is not happy. Tuasha is happy. Everybody's happy. All
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Parag, I think, with the catch. Although I'm only even money to be right on that.
It actually has a. Sorry, Nestlers.
I was just about to say we've been joined by messages.
Cool.
The Trump-Biden debate is the Nixon-Kennedy debate, what the 100 is to Test cricket. For the comprehension of normal people, everything needs to be translated to a cricket-based analogy.
And
Muttley
to slag off the 100.
Muttley sent us pictures of his cats that were strays but came into his house. Very nice.
Interesting.
Jake
move
Over
by
says,
KKR.
Nestle's life is now officially better than mine.
Because this man's coming in.
If Andre Russell's in your hedgerow, to be alarmed now. He's just the DJ for the after show.
Some might say disrespectful to Stairway to Heaven, but there you go. Anyway, it is Andre Russell, who hasn't had much of a knock in the previous 2 games. He's got 10 overs to bat today. See how he goes about this one. Certainly can be super destructive. I don't know how you describe him. He's not the pinch hitter, just a hitter. Anyway. Punched back past the bowler. It's Gopal continuing, I think. And the fielder is there. Jofra puts a boot on it, but he can't stop it. And that's gone for 4.
I'm afraid that was old-fashioned fast bowlers fielding on the boundary.
We should have seen a dive that time. Yeah, he's gone down with one hand. Missed it. It's bounced off his foot. And the next bounce was off the boundary sponge. So Steve Smith, if he dares, can give Jofra Archer a rocket. And Jofra might get to bowl him again for England soon. So he should. Gill is on to 45. He punches that one through the offside out to the sweeper. A single, so he's in good form. Shubman Gill, 70 in the last game, 46 off 31 so far, giving KKR a bit of solidity at the top of the order.
Yeah, it's by and large not been a crash wallop innings.
No.
It's been a mix of smart running, some well struck, more classical shots, and the odd hoik. Yeah, he's mixed it up very nicely and is going well, is Shubman Gill.
Yep, another one in the very long queue of young Indian batsmen trying to force his way into the national team in one format or another.
67th IPL match for Andre Russell. Highest of
85 is strike rate.
Highest score of 88 for him with the bat in the
He's
IPL.
on strike now, and that one turns into him quite sharply and just cramps him for room a little bit, and he can't get anything on it. There's no run.
I can tell you he got that against Chennai Super Kings in 2018.
Okay, I must have missed that one. I don't recall it. That's shorter, and it's going to bat on that one. Tips it down to square leg, and he's underway with a single.
Probably don't recall it because Chennai Super Kings won.
Okay, it was a losing ace.
Most even personal records don't ever seem quite as good if they're part of a losing effort, do they?
Oh, I think they're better.
Oh, do you? Okay.
See what Gopal can do. 1 for 26 so far. That one comes in a little bit. Gill plays it down to point, and there's no run. Send your tweets into Nestle's neighbour's cat, who is in control of those at the moment.
There will be a pause
Oh.
in the tweet reading.
Was that an intentional joke?
Sort of.
Sort of. I'll give you that one, actually. That's a great dad joke.
Well, Nestle's not here, but Mark Zipp was kind enough to tell me, or tell us. I'll let you know after this ball.
And after this over, as it's the last one, turns away and clipped in front of point. Should pick up an easy single, so it's 89 for 2.
The pastime that I made sound like some sort of dodgy murdering children and putting them in black bin bags thing is actually called slip and slide.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it does have an official name, and that's what it is.
Probably be in the Olympics in 10 years.
Yeah, alongside whatever else they have.
Yes, indeed.
Plenty of other.
Don't you hate it when you get halfway through and you can't think of it?
Yeah. Well, no, I was thinking Winter Olympics. I was thinking snowboarding.
Well, it practically is.
Things that forever seem recreational yet become a sport. I think that's a good example.
Basically, is sitting on a tea tray and going down the Cresta run.
Tobogganing? Is that what you're looking for?
But I don't think that's what it's called. Luge. That's what it is.
The luge. Yeah, yes. It is basically sitting on a tea. I think you lie on the tea tray rather than sit on it, don't you?
Yeah.
But the concept is pretty much that. You're dead right.
You can have a two-man luge. Where one man lies on the tea tray, and
the other man lies on the other man.
Yes.
I love the Winter Olympics, though.
Off right, change of bowling.
He's waving at us, but does that mean a jingle's coming? Who knows? Here comes the bowling. And that's the leading edge. It's gone way up in the air. Someone must be underneath this one. It's Joffre himself. It's caught and bowled, and Gill has gone for 47. Now, I had one of those on Sunday. Now, I haven't kept wicket very often, and it's something that literally never occurred to me that I was standing up, as I say, I was in the position of standing up to the slow bowler, and he played one very similar to that. It went right up in the air. Because I'm wearing my helmet, I have no idea where it's gone. No idea at all. So I'm standing there looking around like an idiot, and fortunately we had a slip who sort of ran forward and dived to catch it. But it never occurred to me that with the protruding brim of my helmet, I would have to look up to the sky to see where it was.
Well, Shubman Gill clearly did see where it was, and it was in Joffre Archer's bucket-like mitts.
Yes, wicketkeeper not required there. So, suddenly, a couple of wickets, a couple of new batsmen, and this man being the captain.
Danish caretaker had some questions to ask when he found out BJ he was shagging his wife. Oh shit! Do not believe that the rumor is true. He was kept out of the team from jealousy. Not true.
No, then he had nothing to do
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
The batsman did cross, so Andre Russell is back on strike, and that's a full ball from Archer played back to him for no run. And we haven't seen Owen Morgan yet. He's dropped down the order for whatever reason.
He seemed to be quite sure. It just seemed a strange shot from Shubman Gill there.
Yeah, he's
Looked
just
like
trying
it
to
was
turn it round to the leg
Yeah.
side. It's on leg stump, and he's just got a genuine leading edge well up in the air.
I suspect it just came on him quicker than he thought.
Perhaps
Joffre
the
does have
opposite.
that
Perhaps
ability to just find
I
that.
would suggest the opposite, actually.
You think it was a slower ball?
He was slower, and he's threw the shot a bit earlier. Maybe.
Okay.
Anyway, Archer bowling extremely well. He's got 1 for 1 off 8 balls. And that one's too quick for Russell. He will give him the benefit of the doubt and say he let it go through. But Joffre, sample size, but having an excellent IPL so far. He's contributing with bat and ball. And he's making sure Andre Russell doesn't have too comfortable a start to his innings. But Russell's another batsman who can take a few balls, explode later on. The field is up on the offside with one sweeper and back on the leg side as he's off and away. And Russell really has a bit of a fish at that one outside off stump and doesn't get anywhere near it.
3 for 15 Archer's previous best IPL figures.
But he took, I do have this here, 1 for 26 in the first game and didn't go for too many in the second. I say, and that's despite each time the team went for 200. Russell eyeing him up, crouches down, clubs that through the onside. There should be a man back there. Indeed, there is. So I was just about to give Archer the chance of bowling a maiden, but it didn't come to pass.
I can tell you they were pretty decent scalps as well on that occasion. Chris Gale, Nicholas Puran and Mandeep Singh. Certainly 2 out of 3 pretty good scalps. Mandeep Singh certainly not a bad one.
So Dinesh Karthik is now facing up, and he's got a captain's role to play. 8 overs remaining after this ball, and they'll want to get to around 165, 170 here, I would think. They've just been becalmed a bit in the middle of this innings. Wicket's always helping to slow it down. That one's played down into the offside. Another excellent over from Archer. He's bowled 2 overs for 2 with the wicket, Shubman Gill, and it's 93.
Over on Quick Track at India, Akash Raj Shah seems to be very confused by us. He says, "Motherfucker, I'm not able to understand anything. Shut up, Boris Wala. Baby Jamba Riot," he says. But Mubarak Alam says nice. Sunil Sudraka says hi. And Chetram Thakur says very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice. Back
Not
on.
sure what we've got to offer if we shut up. Not sure why we should be here.
Back on Twitter, Brian Barish's banal statement would be "Sports, go sports,"
Yep,
which is
go
very
distractions. Yep.
banal. Joe Grover thinks you're a fucking Claygate weirdo, Tony, because of your slip and slide.
I don't think I quite did it justice in the way I described it. I made it sound like some...
It sounds free anyway, so does that.
Nessa's background has now become "They Live," says Jane. He wonders if there's a sport I don't like. Dressage, really.
Horse dancing.
Oh, dear. That is right up there of you'd rather watch paint dry, I think, in the world of sport.
That one's clubbed away by Russell, slightly short, but the man is out there. Remember after the Olympics, if someone local won a gold medal, they would paint a post box gold.
Yeah.
Yes.
There was one in Enfield where I was living at the time. I thought, oh, the gold post box. I'll go and look up who that is. It was horse dancing.
Did they name it after the horse or the rider?
The rider, I should think.
Yeah, the horse doesn't get anything,
The horse
does
is
it?
the one that's been electric cattle prodded to teach it how to do it. So.
Yeah.
Where I lived, we had Mo Farah's.
Mo Farah's. Did it have a big asterisk over the post box?
Not at the time. I don't know.
Did
If
they
it's still, the gold may be a tad tarnished. I haven't been past it for a while because I've moved.
Did they cover the
Come out.
post box
That'll
with a
all
bin
come
liner?
out, you'll see. Pushed into the offside by Karthik, and that would be an easy single. 92 for 3 in the 13th over. KKR still have Morgan to come. Cummins can swing a bat, and I'll have a look later at doing ball by ball, but certainly Morgan's not a bad number 6. Russell's got hold of that one. That's what he's out there for. It's fairly flat, but comfortably over square leg for 6. I was going to say, Shane Warner's got a rather funky mask on because it doesn't just have the string behind the ears, it also has a strap around the back, and it looks rather fetching in pink.
Trust him to have some different mask, eh?
Well, at least he's wearing it properly.
Yeah, it's true.
But half of them do. Oh, they seem to have lost the ball. Out comes another one.
And just to answer Jay's question, I have got the tennis on another screen here, and I did have the pro cycling on earlier as well from Flesh Wallon, which was won by Mark Hershey. So yeah, there you go, Jay.
Asterisks.
Is that road cycling or
Yeah, it was one of the classics from Belgium.
whatever they call the stadium
spring-
cycling?
A spring classic. That was a road race, one day.
Road race. Okay.
So Gopal has not had the best day with the ball. That's short and cut by Russell, but straight to extra cover. He's hit it too well, so there won't be a run. And that was a very solid slog sweep to play off the previous ball.
Evil Scooters, if he's listening, was watching it as well, because I saw him tweeting about it. Probably the only other person on here.
That one's clubbed out into mid-wicket direction. It's another low one, but it's another 6.
If that's evil scooters, I'll say this to them.
6.
Evil scooters, if you are... Oh no, it's alright, I'm getting confused. Don't worry. Forget everything I was about to say.
Getting them confused with good scooters.
You have won the £1 million Gorilla Cricket prize. Please get in contact with us.
No, it wasn't that, sadly.
Oh.
So Gopal has one ball to try to redeem his spell, which, considering his figures are 1 for 41, is going to have to do a lot on.
Another ball coming out.
They're not doing the thing we saw in England, where players were deputed to go and fetch the ball, which I really liked. In IPL, if it's gone, it's gone. Just bring out.
Wouldn't it be funny if they ran out of balls?
It would. Well, perhaps Andre Russell's the man who can do it.
Well, don't forget they're all kind of managed to be within sort of a 2 or 3 over range to make sure the age is right.
They are supposed to be. You don't. That one's up in the air on the offside. This could be a chance. It's up very, very high. The fielder's getting round. He doesn't get there. Put it enough in the gap, and trickles towards the boundary. Doesn't get there. He should have got 3, I think. Might have been a bit of ball watching. And you got 2. Gopal 1 for 43 can go and lick his wounds, and it's 106 for 3.
I'm always berating fielders, I know, but that ball was in the air for fucking ages.
Well, we didn't see how much ground he had to make up.
Listeners, is your T-shirt a heart? Give us a flash. It's not. It's stoned, isn't it?
Right, so that was 13 overs. Does that mean we're going to change? I think
It should be the bear. He doesn't look match ready, but maybe he secretly is. Oh no, there you go.
I'm supposed to come on at 14 to 20. It says on here, and this is this is now 13.
No,
So
we've had 13. So
yes.
this is 14.
So you are now on for the 14th over bear.
Oh, okay. I always get confused by this shit.
The same. It's always. It's been the same ever since 2017 when I joined.
Yeah, I know, but it always just confuses me, innit?
I don't have to worry about these things. I just stay on.
Yeah, that's right. So we're saying goodbye to Tony.
I am. I will disappear for a while.
I'll see you shortly.
Yeah, it's all right for some, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I gather you could hear me earlier on my phone call. It wasn't my phone call.
We couldn't. I think the listeners could.
Oh, well, that's interesting that you couldn't. You should have been out here. What the listeners hear. Well, Joffrey's going to continue on his edge, and he's gone! First ball, Kartik has taken an edge. Damn it, you know what? I need Russell out. Kartik has gone. That's a really good ball. He's bowling bloody quick, is Joffrey. He's having a really good IPL, as Andy was just saying. And we have to say goodbye to DK.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah.
And it has to be said, he seems, out of all the bowlers I've seen at the IPL, is the one that none of them look comfortable with his pace.
No, you don't need that in the IPL. Suddenly you've got a Joffrey bowling 150 just back of a length, lifting past your outside edge. Ooh, this should be interesting. Because it's his captain, Eoin Morgan.
It is indeed. It's Captain Morgs facing his premium fast bowler. See what happens.
Sledging going on.
Yeah. Right, Skip, I'm going to do you. This would be interesting. If it was caught behind, it'd be Morgan bowled, Joffrey caught Butler.
Yeah, it could be, yeah. I was thinking about this during our game the other day. A batsman comes in and he's getting a bit of chat from one of the fielders, and he gives him a bit back, and then Slip standing next to me goes, "Just you concentrate on your batting, mate." What kind of bullshit is that? Like, fielders are sledging batsmen all day. Are batsmen not allowed to say anything back?
Of course they are.
Yeah, absolutely. I think batsmen should sledge more.
Well, Archer is in to Morgan.
I wouldn't sledge Joffrey though.
Yeah, no, exactly. Who defends a bat tip, and there is no run.
Do you think Joffrey and Butler are sledging Morgan?
I probably not, but who knows?
Who knows? Probably going to skip. Your eyes are going, mate. Your eyes are going. You're getting a bit old.
Come on, Paddy. That time you went back to hurling.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not at that level, I wouldn't think.
I used to find sledging quite funny. It never used to offend me at all. I just used to find it stupid. That's why I didn't.
Stupid.
Yeah, cut at by Morgan and goes over the top of it and it goes through the butler and there's no run. I just exactly. It's just infantile,
Yeah. It's presidential debate level.
Yes. Oh Christ. Well, if you could hear, that's basically what I was talking about with my mate. We were talking Brexit, Lexit, and presidential politics in America. Archer is up, bowls, and it's clipped into the leg side. There is a wide mid-on who's on the edge of the circle. Bad move. And it's a single still.
Well, Archer's bowling quickly at Morgan, but I don't think there's any malice in that. He was bowling quickly at everybody else.
Yeah, I really wanted to get... I went under, annoyingly, why I was so pissed off at the beginning, that stupid drop catch by off Narayan. I, of course, went under the fall of the first wicket.
Yep.
And an idiot drops that. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And I've also got... I decided that Dre Russ isn't going to get any runs today. On the off chance that he might not slap a couple of sixes and that Jofra might get to bowl at him.
Well, he has.
But not enough.
Not enough. No, I don't think he hasn't hit Jofra for six for sure.
No, that's true. That one's played back past Jofra. It tried to go outside his leg stump. There's no run. I mean, even he looks scared of Jofra. But you want Jofra to have 2 or 3 balls in a row at him, but he just keeps getting a single, getting off strike, and getting the wickets off the other end. I don't know who that we're looking at. I presume he owns a team, or he's a Bollywood star, isn't he?
I think it's Shah Rukh Khan, who's looking a bit like Keanu Reeves in Bill and
He
Ted
does a
Face
bit,
the
doesn't he?
Music.
Yeah.
Not as young as he used to be.
Of course, there's a whole scandal going on in Bollywood, isn't it, about Bollywood and taking drugs?
Oh, is there?
Yeah. Attempted uppercut by Owen Morgan. Doesn't get anything on it. Goes through the butler and there's no run. Yeah, some actor died. They don't seem to like it. They don't seem to like his girlfriend very much, and this is really going to inflame some Indians who are going, what you're talking about, but and he got some hash for her or something, or the other way around, she got some hash for him or something is the allegation, and everyone's going mental, and I just think it's a bit of weed, for crying out loud. Chill out. I mean, crikey, they do some good shit in India as well. Let's be honest.
Jake Rover had Jessica Ennis as his local
no, that's not bad. Yeah.
person, and she is one of the few Sheffield celebrities he's met in a pub.
Oh, cool.
And he's frightened of Morgan. He wouldn't sledge him.
No, I wouldn't. Having met him, I definitely wouldn't.
Well, Owen Morgan?
Yes.
Is he a feisty Irishman?
No. I just
he'd headbutt you.
No, I just said hello, and he said hello, and he's perfectly nice, but he was certainly steely-eyed.
Yeah, he definitely has a steely eye. Well, I mean, how he dealt with what's his name, Alex Howes last summer was quite high. Now, that's going to be a wide to Dre Russ, I believe. It is indeed. It's just outside the line. Yeah. I'm trying to judge where to go for the under 21s. I was kind of waiting to see what happened with my bet with Russell. And I don't know if they'll be offering any more with only 6 overs to go. There they are. They got the line is 172.5. What do you reckon, Andy?
172, 6 overs. I might be a touch under that, but they got 2 good batsmen at the crease.
Well, there's 6 of them.
Go.
And that's just done my bet as well. Joey Russell just slapped that out. Everything pretty much goes to the same part of the ground, and that is cow corner. It's always pretty flat, and it goes a bloody long way.
Yeah.
How many balls has he got through?
Well, that might be another one. It'll still go in the same place.
He just can't bowl. It's like the slot for him, isn't it? He just swings. It's like a baseball swing with a club, and he's got fucking huge arms.
Andre Muscle.
Well, there you go.
Indeed, yeah. He's on 24 or 30.
Andre Muscle sounds like, I don't know, some sort of gay porn star.
Someone in SpongeBob SquarePants.
Now it's gone up to under 178. See, I quite like that. But he could destroy it.
He could.
They're not allowing me to go on it. Presumably that went. Oh, you wanker! You absolute cock! He's just splattered that. Got outside half of the bat. It's been caught down at deep point. I had under 23.5, and the bastard got 24.
24.
Yeah. Statistics I think I had under 23.5.
Well, you might get a little surprised if it was under 22.5. I think it would have been a wide if he'd left it.
Yeah, it was under 23.5. Oh well, that was always likely to happen. I mean, he hits a long ball. That's why I kind of did it. And but he does just swing, and you get it slightly wrong. Bit of luck in the field, and it's out. So that was the case. And Andre Russell goes 24-14. Can't complain.
No.
Strike rate wise, you'd like him to be there for a bit longer, but hey ho. And now we're really kind of, I mean,
getting into the tail.
We are getting into the tail.
Yeah.
With 6 overs left, Pat Cummins is in.
When bankrupt scuffed it and threw you the ball, you must have known but said nothing at all. Yeah, they were tampering. What you do, Cummins, when they were tampering? Yeah, you knew, Cummins.
Well, a bit of a dilemma for Owen Morgan as to what he's going to do from this point. Does he have to rein it in a bit as the last recognised batsman?
Well, I'm going to go, and they've moved it down to 167.5, and I'm still going to go under that.
Surprised.
Down the leg side, and that will be 1 to the score.
Wide.
They keep bugging out on me, not allowing me to place my bet. Evil people.
Well,
They might be saving you money.
Well, that's
Jeff
true.
Perkins wants you to bet on Biden losing the election. We need all the
I've
help we
already
can
done
get.
Well,
You know what my record's like, Jeff.
that's another wide down the leg side.
Yeah, I backed Biden to lose election in February, just before everything kicked off, so I am the real victim when you think about it.
Well, I mean, he is a bit doddery,
Could
isn't
still
he?
lose it. Could still
He
lose
could
it.
still lose it.
Fair
But I mean,
favourite
he's Trump is completely unhinged, man. Oh, he's absconded him. It's into the pitch, and attempted pull by Owen Morgan from off Rajput. He's 1 for 28 off his 2.2, and it's hit him square on where the badge would be on a normal
Well,
helmet.
he might have been expected to get sconed by Archer, but not by Rajput.
No, indeed. I haven't played a jingle for Rajput. Maybe I'll give it a go, because they're probably going to check him now, aren't he? Because that was flush on the top of the helmet, so you might have to have one of these bloody
stupid health and safety.
Yeah, health and safety nonsense.
Health and safety gone mad.
It's almost hit him on the tip of that little brim.
Leia has sent in a picture of the Vatican cricket team, and she'd like to sledge them from
Well,
first
they're
slip,
white.
saying, "Oi, mate, your creation account is composed of 3 distinct pre-Christian myths. What's up with that then?"
I could think of a lot of sledging for the Vatican. Yeah.
And Jay doesn't want us to talk about US politics, and he didn't
No,
meet.
fair enough.
He didn't meet Ennis, and he abused me for not reading the tweet out properly.
Well,
Careful,
that's
Jay. I have the power to block you.
I've never had to reach for that threat, Joe.
I mean, we won't talk about it, but I'd like to think that the Gorilla audience is, kind of in the ballpark that we're talking about, and no one would be offended by it.
Well,
and it'd be
no,
quite a cathartic exercise. I was almost thinking last night maybe we should cover it.
Yeah,
Well, it worked so well last time.
I won't.
Well, we were on
I won't
air at the
invite-
same time, weren't we?
I won't invite John with his gun this time.
Yeah, no, John would be quite fun if Trump lost. We could really have him this time, couldn't we?
Not if he was armed.
Well,
He's gone. No.
you wouldn't be in a house with his gun, and you'd have to be on
No.
Zoom anyway. So
He did bring lots of donuts, didn't he?
yeah, he did. He was a crazy man. Has he found his
James
money
with a
tree
Y.
yet? What was his money tree? Wasn't it or something?
Oh, fucking hell. Do you know what? I've chatted to people about this kind of stuff. I've had more fun nights out with that man than anyone else I can think of.
He's a crazy man.
His politics are completely fucked up, but he's a great guy, honestly. But Jane with the Y's not happy, so shut the fuck up about this fucked up country. I'm probably dead before 2021, leaving my husband and son free to move to any of the number of countries they can live and work in. So, she's not happy.
No, look
No.
at the bright side, Deborah.
Knuckles says he can't do any more election broadcasts. 2016, 2019 nearly broke me.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough. But this isn't ours, so you get to sort of just sit here. I mean, it's depressing when Trump wins, but at least you don't have him in charge of you.
He's going to win again.
He's the underdog at the moment, but a lot of things can happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of Facebook work going on.
There is, but I think the effect of that is overstated.
I think it will be this time, actually. I think, even though Facebook is still very evil, and they certainly need... There's got to be some sort of change in what goes on with those guys. But
did you see the Channel 4 news report the other night about what they did?
Yeah.
They encouraged lots and lots of black voters to not vote for Hillary, not to go out at all, and they didn't.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
let's not overlook the fact that Clinton was a god-awful candidate as well, who had a certain history of problems with the black community.
Yeah, no. That was clearly an issue. I didn't know enough about her to know all the ins and outs.
I think Camilla Harris is very good.
No, I don't. She's awful.
Why?
Oh, it's a bit too.
They're on a
to go
strategic break,
here,
by the way, people.
She is a cop. She has got a very questionable record of things she's done as DA.
More questionable than any of the people who are in government there at the moment.
Everything is relative.
Politics is a dirty business, and in America it's extraordinarily dirty business.
Oh my God, it always has been.
Yeah, but it gets worse.
I remember Gangs of New York when they're having the election in that, and you've got what's his name? Who's the actor who won the Daniel Day-Lewis? He's the chopper dude. Yeah. He just goes up to the Irish guy who's standing against him, looks like he's going to win, and just beats the shit out of him. That's it. Whenever I think of American politics, I just think, yeah.
They should do that now.
I was just going to say.
I think someone should. Yeah, I'm surprised that someone hasn't launched well, I suppose Biden's too old, but if you had a younger person there, they might just launch at Trump and punch him in his chops. That'd be quite amusing.
Is he younger than Trump or older?
He's older. I mean, it's a 78-year-old versus a 73-year-old, for fuck's sake. I mean...
with obvious cognitive decline.
Yes. Well, Trump's probably got dementia. I mean, he's insane.
Yep. I'm not a psychologist or a doctor, but
no,
I think so. So you can take it or leave it, really.
Yeah, well, exactly. Oh, I did actually get him on the brim of the helmet there.
They've had the strategic timeout
at the same time as they've been treating Owen Morgan.
Yeah.
Got him on the lid.
Been wibbling on.
Did get him on the lid. Yeah, that's why we've been wibbling on. I'm sorry, Jane, we were talking about it. It's quite fascinating from this side of the pond. It's guided down by Cummins to third man, where there will be a single.
There's a couple of YouTube channels that have live footage of the marches, both sides, these armed militias. It's fucking terrifying watching it live.
I know.
You just think someone's going to shoot someone, surely.
Well, that's what I mean. Surely. It's crazy.
It's not good.
No. How you can legally let people just walk around with guns is beyond me. But hey ho. Thankfully, it's not my country to live in. That's full and angling in towards off stump, and Morgan sweetly times it down to long off. There will be a single. It's all gone a little bit quiet. It's over 12 runs. How come? What happened? Oh, Jerry Ross hit 6 and then got out, didn't he?
Yes. Talking about Brendan McCullum earlier on. There he is.
Yeah.
And the KKR staff. That's got to be a good gig, being one of these mentors.
No.
Just hang out in Dubai and Sharjah and talking shit.
Money for old rope.
Exactly, money for old rope. Swung out by Cummins. It's a decent ball. It's inside the tram line. There's no way it's going to be a wide. He just didn't move his feet. Just swung the bat in the arc. And bowler was good enough to beat the bat. No run.
120 for 5. 5 overs left. Cummins, a bit like Archer, can hit some sixes, but whether you can really get, a good 15 balls out of him.
Yeah, that's the thing. Archer's come in and swung and had to face like an over or something and done extraordinarily well. I mean, we watched that game the other day, and he scored. What was it? 3 sixes in a row or something?
13 off. He scored
That was the
13
second
off three
game.
in
The
one
game before that,
the
he got
first
about
game.
20 or something in about 6 balls.
Well, it's an even more of an England connection now.
And now Tom Curran.
This
is fucking England, isn't it? Basically. We were talking about this yesterday, weren't we, Nestlers? Let's give him a jingle. I'll just play a bit of it.
South Africa. Let Tom Curran. He'll have to bowl with tight control, or else.
He's up to the crease now, bowls, and it's guided down square on the offside, and there is no run. We were discussing yesterday that 4 is the kind of optimum number of players that they can get into an IPL side, such that virtually all the time you're watching an international batsman or bowler that you recognise from a test side or whatever, with the Indians that are in the international setup. I mean, therefore it includes the international sort of not diaspora of Indians actually, just the international audience.
Yes, which is perhaps something the Blast suffers from a little bit, because you're only allowed 2.
Yeah. Tom Curran is up to the crease, bowls, and down the track comes Morgan. It's a slower ball into the pitch. He managed to get a bat on it, and he'll get back for 2 as he slaps it out to deep cover, and there's no run. 2 runs.
It's part of the marketing, isn't it?
Totally.
Someone described it like the superstars of cricket.
Of course.
To an extent, and it's good for that, I think.
Well, absolutely. That's why it sells all around the world. When competitions like the Blast, not so much. I can't even watch all the Blast games here.
Well,
too many of them, and there's too many teams.
Well, yeah, it's true. Well, that's a full toss, slapped into the leg side, and there is a man out at cow. Is that Rajput out there? I think, possibly. It'll only be 1 run. No.
Nice pink floppy hat. I'd like one of them.
Yeah, it's a decent floppy hat.
Is there a merch site for IPL?
I wonder. There ought to be.
I imagine so.
Merch around the world. Perhaps I'll get a Rajasthan Royals hat next season.
That'd be a talking point down your local club, wouldn't it?
But I wonder how big the IPL is. I mean, we're covering it. You don't see much coverage in the papers here.
Well, no, that's because our papers are a bunch of snobs.
Well, that's true.
Our cricket papers, anyway.
Well, not even in the Guardian, which I read. That's a slower ball into the pitch, just picked into the leg side. There is no bloody mid-wicket. They're going to come back for 2, and they make it quite easily.
Well, the Guardian have that guy who hates everything that isn't 5-day red ball cricket. Michael, what's his name? Really, really, really hates white ball cricket.
I don't know the Michael dude you're thinking of. Oh, Selvey, you mean?
No. It's someone else. I mean, it's his lifelong passion to hate it.
Vic Marks as well writes for them occasionally.
Vic Marks is all right. Yep.
Yeah, I quite like Vic. He's a very nice man, actually. I met him last year. That's another one slower into the pitch. This time it's just worked down to short fine leg, and it'll be a single.
I like the IPL.
I don't mind it. I tend to lose track of a lot of what's going on, though.
No, I don't keep track of it. I enjoy it when I watch it and commentate on it, though.
Yeah, it's definitely watchable.
You don't need to. If T20 cricket is all about being in the moment. You watch it, and you get it, and so what?
Well, that's what I say. But Hendo and Knackle think that we should all learn loads of statistics and what all the fucking players do, and I can't be asked.
Well, it's a bit of a double standard. A bit of a double standard.
You can't be asked to do that about England Test matches.
Yeah, but I watch a lot of that.
Exactly.
For me, I'm exactly with you. I mean, the whole point of the premise of this particular outfit that we work with, Guerrilla Cricket, is the fact that we're fans and we watch the cricket, and it's all about being in a moment. Which is why me, Fred, and a lot of others don't prepare. But the thing is, you just gain knowledge.
You can still prepare and be in the moment. What I'm trying to get to is that this Test cricket, like one Test match in 25 is memorable.
I just like the ebb and flow of Test cricket. I've got to be honest.
That's different, yeah. But
that's pulled out to deep backwards square leg, and it'll be a single to Morgan to finish the over. There was 7 off that over.
Is it Michael Henderson?
I think he used to write for the Times. He's a big Red Bull fan.
Yes, I think that's him. Yeah.
Barong says Joffa with the bat IPL 2020.
Yes, no, Jay has helped me out. It's Matthew Engel. Thank you, Jay.
Matthew Engel.
Yes.
What was that, Nestlers?
Joffa with the bat IPL 2020. 2 innings, 40 runs, 27. High score, no average. 27 high score, no average. 11 balls faced. 363.63 strike rate. 0.466. There you go. There's stuff.
There you go. Stats.
Stuff.
Well, Joffa's back into the attack. I'm not going to play his jingle again.
2 for 4 off 3 overs. It's really
stunning. If he gets a wicket here, wow. Could end up with figures. I don't know what the best figures in the IPL. So I imagine someone's got a 5 for the IPL, haven't they?
Oh, overall in the IPL, it's an interesting one. I'm sure someone's got a 6 for. I think Malinga might have. I'm going to look that up as well.
That's a stat. You see, that's the kind of thing that we should be able to roll off if we were really prepared. And Tony's probably got it on a piece of paper. He bowls that in at the stumps, pretty full from Jofra. Morgan tries to give himself room to cart it over the leg side. It's an inside edge, goes down to the deep square leg boundary, and will only be 1 run. It's funny though, they're going to roll out
6 for
Archer
12.
now. 6 for 12. Who bowled was that? Malinga.
Alzari Joseph.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, well, that was last year, I think, if I remember rightly. And we probably commentated on it. Well, I didn't because I can't remember it, but I'm sure someone did.
It's vaguely familiar.
I was going to say something and I've forgotten it. It's just
So
gone.
it goes.
Yeah, and so it goes. Jofra in bowls and guided by Cummins down to 3rd man. It'll be 1. I was going to say, so who's left to bowl? Let's have a look at the scorecard. I'm surprised that they're going to bowl Jofra out the 17th
Curran
over.
must have 1 or 2.
Oh yeah, Curran's.
Nad Cat.
Let's have a look. Archer, this is the last one. Rajput's got 1. Unicat got 2. Curran's got 2.
Yeah.
Parag and
It might be
Tuata.
some combination of them. I don't think we'll see any more spin.
No, not at the close. Archer in, bowled short in at Morgan's chest. He kind of gets inside. It looks a bit uncomfortable. Managed to get enough bat on it to put it out to square leg, and Butler has to chase it out behind the stumps.
Archer had a
Gets
little word there.
Yeah, I think he did as well. It must be quite fun. And I bet Smith's going, thank God I'm not having to face this shit. Cummins. I'm looking forward to Archer in the Ashes if they get played next year. That will be fun. He is up to the crease now. Bowls and Cummins has crashed that out through the. You're kidding me, aren't you? For fuck's sake, where's the man out there? There is no man out there. It's gone out to the cover boundary. There's a guy sort of 20 yards in, square behind. Yeah, he was behind square. Had a long way to get round, and he was too far in, so he couldn't cut the ball off, and it's gone out to the cover boundary for 4 runs. That's quite weird.
Well, I can kind of see it. But the thinking is that they're thinking Cummins might get more of a thick edge than full face through.
Yeah, but I think you've got to be able to cover that area in front. A traditional sort of cover that's got to be covered. I mean, that's the whole point. That's why it's called cover, isn't it? That's played out behind point for a single. The man comes in off the boundary from backward point. The guy who just chased that ball down. I can understand it more round to the extra cover region. Less often it goes there. But the actual kind of traditional squarish cover just in front of square where that ball went, I think should be cut off. Morgan goes up, and has he got enough on it? That's a no. Yes. Wow, yes, but nearly no. He didn't really quite have enough to get over the boundary, and I didn't see who that was running around. But was it Curran? He caught it, but his momentum was taking him over the boundary. He tried to throw it back, and he threw it into his thigh actually, and then he sort of bounced off and went over the. No, he didn't. I thought he had. He just dropped it. He couldn't quite catch hold of the ball, and gets away with that a little bit. Does Morgan get 6 runs?
One talk over the line, sweet Jesus. One talk over the line.
Well, let's put a bit of a hole in Archer's figures. He ends up with 2 for 18, which is still very, very good. But KKR have got themselves in a position now, 141 with 3 left. where they can still put up 165.
I've got under 169.5, so I think,
which is
I'm hoping that's
a
okay.
challenging score.
I've missed out. I've at 169.5. I've missed out by a matter of runs on the last 2 games, and like yesterday, it looked like I was out of it for a long way, and then suddenly with 2 balls to go, they needed 2 runs. I was like, possibly. It wasn't going to happen, but into the crease comes Curran, bowls, I think into the deck again, a little bit pace taken off once more, played by Cummins, square on the leg side. I think he's just going to hand off to Morgan here, isn't he?
And that would perhaps be a sensible thing to do, but if he gets the right ball, he can put it in the stand as well.
Jesus Christ, Warney looks like a gimp.
Well, that's what I was trying to get to, but I'm not exactly saying it like that.
With the haircut and the... Yeah.
It's the strap round the back.
It's the strap round. Yeah, he definitely is the gimp mask, man.
From behind, it really looks like he is.
He's an odd-looking bloke these days, isn't he?
Anyway,
Tom Curran is up to the crease. It's a full toss outside the off stump. Is there a man out there? There isn't a man out there.
Well,
that's a great shot.
He's just hit it hard.
Well, he's hit it hard and he's hit it in front of square. There is a man at cover this time, but he hits it in front of him and he gets 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was actually a poor ball. It was a full toss out wide outside the off stump. Gave him freedom to free the arms and just play through the line.
There you go, Captain. Hit that.
Yeah, that's a little
exactly.
bit.
I'm just giving you some runs here, Skip. Just remember me next time you're picking England side. I won't do it against the Oppo. 146 for 5. 17.2 overs gone. Smith is directing things. It's gone down to long on. Curran is up to the crease. Bowled into the pitch again. It's wide. Cut. This time it should go to the man. It does. It'll only be 1. What I'll try and do is stop Cummins from getting 1. Just 1. See if you can get 1 dot ball out at Cummins, then you get a single probably off the next ball because they pretty much run everything, and then just give 1 more ball to Morgan in the over. I don't know how you do that. I presume maybe bowl full, wide.
Well, you're always just trying to bowl a dot ball.
Yeah.
However you can do it.
Well, Curran is up to the crease, bowls full, and that's a full toss on middle stump. It gets worked out to deep mid wicket, which will be only 1. There's a man out there, and probably not what he wanted. 1 is okay, I suppose. You want to try and keep Morgan off strike. You know he's a very destructive batsman.
Well,
bring out the gimp.
As there are fewer balls left, it becomes less important, and you're just really trying to keep the runs down, whoever's on strike.
I can imagine him in Mad Max. Drive one of those strange cars. That's smashed, strappled, straight back down the ground. Has it gone straight enough? There is a man out there. They should only get 1. It's the Pigster. He is down there, and it's hurled back into Tom Curran. He'll only get 1. 8 off the over, 1 ball left.
Yeah, if he was in Mad Max, he could throw some grenades which would spin violently when they hit.
Yeah. Or press the nitrous in his car. Quite like Fury Road, actually. You see Fury Road?
Fury Road's really good.
It's really good, yeah, really well done. I like that. Tom Curran in bowls into the pitch. He's gone up in the air. Has it got all the way? Is it a man out there? Oh, for fuck's sake, did he catch that? He did. Thank
Yes,
God
he did.
for that. He nearly overrun it. I don't know who it was, and he fell on the floor and he bashed his head on the floor. But it would have been disastrous had he not caught it, because it should have been caught. He was probably in 15-20 yards off the boundary. Who can we see who that is? I didn't see what his name was.
Everybody, just for all the he should be on the line folks out there, if he'd been on the line, he wouldn't have caught that.
Well, he might well have done. It wasn't that far in from the line, to be fair.
Yeah, what I'm saying is there's always a point where you can catch it if you're 5 in, you can't off the line.
Yeah, he nearly overran it though.
Ooh,
smashed into the ground. It's Sampson. Sanju Sampson.
Sampson of all people, yeah.
He has caught it and he's fallen over and his head has whiplashed onto the floor, which would be quite painful, but he's happy he's caught it. And Pat Cummins has gone for 12 off 10. We'll give him a jingle to say goodbye. Got any tweets out there, Nestlers?
Yes, let's have a look. Andy, Michael Henderson is a half-bright poisonous naif. I read that will be England gone and I regretted every page, says Jay. Knuckle tells us that Fiddle Edwards, Ashish Nira and Yuz Virender Shahir have all bowled completed 4 over IPL spells for 6 runs, so Archer's not near record territory. Barong says the old Tupperware bowl haircut for Warren, peroxide added. Andy's love of Fury Road explains the haircut, says John.
Have you looked at Hot Mike, Stan? My apologies to you, Stan. He says, "Oh, for fuck's sake! I'm American. I'm following an Indian cricket team with British commentary, and I can't escape fucking Trump."
Escape, yes.
Well, sorry. Irish Outsider says, "Right here with you, Stan." He says, "Bonkers line for Jofra. 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 18. Yeah, it's pretty good bowling." Who is the new batsman? It will be... I can't see. As he's going to face up to a ball. It's defended. And just chunked up the ground to long on for a single.
I think it's Chakravarti, finally.
Nagarakoti. Here's his jingle.
Beware, the evil wizard who lurks in the dark forest. Beware, Kamlesh Nagarakoti.
Aha. A Mog classic.
Greg Titmus is on Hot Mic.
Yeah, he was there. His keeper is Gary Wilson. Yeah, all right, Fred. That could be quite painful. What Sampson did there. Guided down towards... Oh, third man. Straight to the fielder, who had a shot at the stumps. Threw it over the top of stumps. Direct hit probably would have been absolutely stone dead out. But he couldn't hit the stumps. He had time to do it as well. He threw it a little bit too high and possibly over the top of the stumps.
Well, I think it was Nagakoti running to the danger end, so
yeah,
I think that was fair enough. And as I say, this Morgan not trying to keep the strike, just trying to take everyone he can, which is also right.
It's kind of fair enough, yeah. 151 for 6, driven by Nagakoti,
shot,
and
though.
mid-off is up, so that is a good shot. It's gone over the top and down to the boundary. 4 runs.
So obviously got a bit about him, this lad, which I guess is why they've sent him in 8.
Yeah, but then again, he's worse than Cummins.
Well, yes, probably. I mean, Cummins,
I mean that's what that statement says, and you know, I wouldn't, you know, Cummins is all right for a couple of runs. I suppose he's only got 9 balls to face, so it's all right. Just swing the bat anyway, isn't it? He faces up. It's a slower ball into the pitch by Rajput, and it's played up too long on. They will get a single. 156 for 6. Yeah, my runs are in danger here.
That one's on the line. I jinxed you last time.
Yeah.
Let's just see what the match is doing. I would say it's Rajasthan should be slight favourites here.
You reckon?
That's what I'm reckoning. Let's have a look. Nope. Kolkata Knight Riders are favourites.
Yeah, I'd have thought. I was just looking. Yeah, I mean they got Butler and stuff, haven't they? So 8 to 11.
Butler, Sampson, Smith.
Yeah. Cut out to backward point. He's up inside the ring. Oh, he's on the edge of the ring, and it will be just the 1 run. Still 8 off the over so far. One ball to go.
So you're trying to keep it to 12 off 7.
Essentially, yeah. I think it's 169. Let me just check. I don't want to get that wrong.
Probably be Curran for the last over.
Yeah, it probably will. Good chance. 169.5. Depends. If 6 goes early, I'm fucked. That's clipped, and it's down behind square. Be a single. That's what I want actually. Koti facing the first ball in the next over. It was a single down there. 9 off that over. 158 for 6. I've got 11 runs to play with. And 1 over to come, who we imagine will be bowled by Tom Curran.
What are we doing on the break?
We'll go back to the interview we were playing yesterday.
Yeah, because I want my soup.
Okay, fair
Oh,
enough.
I'm having soup as well, Andy.
Good. Chunky vegetable, of course.
I've just gone for the cream of tomato today.
I hate cream of tomato.
I'm not a fan of tomato as much.
No?
I can't stand tomatoes.
I put a little bit of mild curry powder in there as well.
Oh, well, that'll
I'll
help.
try that with mine.
So it is going to be Tom Curran to finish things out, and he's going to be bowling to our man, who's going to face up now as Tom Curran comes in bowls, and it's clipped into the leg side. Not much power on it at all. Doesn't get past the man on 45, and it will be a single. Naga Koti is on 8 off 5. Morgan is 22 off 18. 5 balls to go. And we shall see how this pans out. Sorry, I'm just trying to do some... for fuck's sake, this thing. Trying to do some stuff here for the innings break.
They need to go a bit bish bash bosh now, don't they?
Well, it's lost over.
Well, I mean, you just got to throw everything out, haven't you, really? Here comes Tom Curran. He's up to the crease now, bowls. Morgan goes across his stumps, hits it straight down the ground. Is that a stop?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Smith.
I thought it bounced back off the board. Well, it must have been a 2 then. That's a good bit of fielding there by Steve Smith in that case.
Piggy.
I could do with just a single now. Would be nice. That's a really good bit of fielding down there from Steve Smith. He's looking less pig-like these days, which is kind of annoying.
Oh, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, I know. Oh dear, into the pitch, smashed out, out to the ground, you bastard. It's another bloody 6.
Won us a World Cup.
Yeah, he did. It's fine when he's winning his World Cups, Andy. But when he's getting an unnecessary 11 runs, 12 runs to do me out some cash in the last over,
he might feel it's necessary for his team to win.
Well, yes, I'm sure he does. I don't think he should, though.
Tom Curran feels the same way.
Well, he just sat up and said, hit me, didn't it, really?
Yeah, I was saying earlier on, Curran's struggling a little bit in the IPL. His figures aren't great.
Across the crease goes Morgan, who strikes it down a long off. Piggy field down there. Oh, and Tom Curran, I think, let it go, thinking it might hit the stumps. Or maybe the guy was back and he let it go through to the keeper. 169 for 6. I've been done again. I've only got half a run to play with 2 balls. Morgan's facing. I'm dead. And Morgan has 32 off 21. And he's batted quite well here.
Well, it's funny how it pans out. I mean, sometimes it doesn't, but sometimes it does. They were looking like 165, 170 for most of the last 8 or 9 overs, and one way or another we're going to get there.
Yes.
Unless you can go 6-6 and get to 180.
Well,
Certainly
yeah,
there's
that's true.
some last overs in this IPL.
Yes, strange things have happened. Curran's in. That's a wide.
That's going to be another one.
Outside the off stump, and there's no run.
Well, what happens there, Morgan is stepping across to the offside, so Curran's going even further. So he might have some allowance of going past the inside line, but not as much as that.
Yeah. Well, 170 for 6 is a good recovery in the end, actually, from the position they were in at certain points during this game.
Yeah,
after Dre Russ was out.
When they lost Kartik and
Dre
Gill,
Russ.
Done well from there.
Yeah, they have indeed. 2 balls left. Curran is up to the crease. There should be another wide.
Yep.
Well, it went under the bat.
No, that's clearly a wide.
Yeah, well.
I don't know what Curran's problem is there. Oh, no, let's have a look.
Yeah, it's wide.
It's wide. It's gone outside the line, but it's gone under the bat. And surely,
Well,
if it goes under the bat, it can't be a wide. I'm sorry.
Well, that's your interpretation, but it's not.
Well, no, because it means you missed the ball.
Well,
because if you had hit the ball, If you've got a ball in the right, if you've got a bat in the right place, the ball would have hit the bat.
What we differ on. You think the rules should be different. I'm saying within current rules that is a wide.
I know what you're saying, but exactly, the rules should be different. It's bollocks.
Well, everybody thinks the rules should be different.
Well, I mean that's just blatantly nonsense. That is a wide.
That's wide.
That is
That's
generally
wide.
wide. I'll give that as a wide.
Just bowl it
Almost
between the
two.
lines, mate. Stop whinging, bowlers.
Well, again, that kind of the bat went. It beat the bat. He's going, oh please, come on. But yeah, I mean, you are right. You do know the rules, and he isn't moving his feet. If he's moving his feet, maybe it'd be a different thing. But it is a bit of an anomaly that you can miss the ball essentially, and it'd be given as a wide because you missed the ball. Is what he did. He swung at it and he missed it.
Well,
and he got beaten by the bowler who was smarter. And that one is toe-ended up, and they're going to try and get back for 2, and that's good running by Nagakorty.
well, you could make an argument. It's an option that it should be like in baseball, not a wide if you swing at it.
Well, yeah, true.
You have to leave it if you want a wide. You could do that.
As we look, that's in the Yorker zone. And Morgan, 34 off 22, 1 ball to come, 174 for 6. That's a good final over.
And he's 1/6 to reach 180 after all those wides.
Yeah, true. I imagine KKR suddenly become favourites again off this over, don't they? Driven straight back down the track.
Like I'm saying, they were before.
And that's it. Sorry.
They were before this over. Yes, they're a little bit more favourites now.
Oh, well, I fancy Joss Butler to score some runs. So I'm losing everything else today, so I might as well lose that.
Might as well jinx him. Right, time for my soup. I've got to be quick.
Okay, you go for the soup. I shall run down a scorecard, and then we'll go to a quick little chat in there. The full scorecard goes as follows. Batting, Shubman Gill, caught and bowled Archer, 47, good innings, 34 balls, 5 fours, 1 6. Shimran Narayan got 15 of 14 balls, 2 fours and 6, should have been caught. It was eventually his bowled by Unicat after being dropped, an absolute sitter, cost me money. Rana caught Parag, bowled Tawatia, 22 off 17, 2 fours, 1 6. Andre Russell caught Unicat, bowled Rajput for 24. I had him under 23.5, another fucking one that did me. 14 balls, 3 sixes, and they were enormous sixes, flat and huge, and all at cow corner, but they were strong-armed. Karthik caught Butler, bowled Archer for 1, decent, really good nut actually, proper ball, length ball, jagged, good height, because obviously Archer comes from good height. Bounced and caught his edge. Not a lot he could do about that. It was a genuine decent ball. Owen Morgan non out 34, 23 balls, 2 sixes, 1 4. Pat Cummins caught Sanjay Sampson, bowled Curran. Nearly overran the ball, 12 off 10 with 1 4. Nagakotti not out 8 off 5 with 1 4. Bowling, Joffre Archer, pick of the bowling, 4 overs. And after 3 overs, he had 1 for 3, I think, or 2 for 3. Ended up with 4 overs, 2 for 18. Rajput 4 overs, 1 for 39. Unicat 2 overs, 1 for 14. Tom Curran 4 overs, 1 for 37. Gopal 4 overs, none for 43. Parag bowled 1 over 14 and Tawatia bowled 1 over, got a wicket for 6. That brings you up to date. We shall be back in probably about 12 minutes or so. Until then, we're going to go back to playing the interview with Ashley Gray and Anindo Dutta about writing cricket books, and Tony was leading the conversation, and it carries on like this.
Which Kersey asked me to encourage me to write. It just took a while to write, so by that time I had The Gentleman's Game, which was almost like an experiment, because The Gentleman's Game was more a collection of articles that I had written earlier, and I sort of polished them and I put it out there to see what the response to my writing would be while I was still writing Spellbinding Spells. I wanted some feedback, if you like. So it's interesting that a lot of people, even today, are writing back to me and telling me that they love A Gentleman's Game, which is nice to know. But that's the reason why I wrote it. And then when I started writing Spellbinding Spells, it was quite interesting because for some reason, I decided to be very bold. And I said, I'm going to write this in a manner which I have not used earlier. And in line with what you were talking about, that where if I can call myself a quasi-historian, just because I guess I read so much of it and enjoy it, I actually thought that a unique approach would be if I were to write a book where I'm visualizing what's going on in front of me and I'm writing the entire story in the present continuous. So, which was an absolute experiment because it's a 50-page book. And it had to be right because the facts in there were very important. It was the first book ever written on single bowling spells. So no one had really dissected a single bowling spell and, ranked them. So I have, I think, 6 chapters with 7 of the top bowling spells, which first I had to make sure, cross-referencing, that I didn't make a mistake. And thankfully, in the last 4 years, no one's come back to me to say I've made a mistake. But, maybe someone will someday.
Well, you're the reference.
Yeah,
you say it's true, it's true.
Well, they'd have to go back to a lot of archives to prove me wrong on that one. Because for the 19th century spells that I wrote about, a lot of them, I have to say, are quasi-conjecture. Because, you only have the scoreboards. There's nothing else. And you look at those scoreboards and then you try and cross-reference a bit of writing from somewhere about the match, and you try to make up your mind as to whether it was logically a single spell or not. And then I thought that if modern readers read it, they can't relate to the same way to an 1890 test match as I would. So why don't I narrate it like someone would watch a match on television? As if it's happening in front of them. So my entire book is written in the present continuous. And I can tell you I was one tired man by the time I finished.
Well, that's definitely something we're going to come on. Now, you both said something here which I think is really interesting. It's almost as though you're cricket statisticians and historians first, and then the writing wraps around that. And is that perhaps something that's sort of almost unique to the sport that we have in common, because it is so incredibly rich in data to start with?
I think if I may just take that one for first. I think it is unique, but then it's a huge challenge as well, because if you only depend on the statistics, you're going to get a critic or multiple critics coming and telling you that you're just regurgitating statistics. Right. And that's not the point. The point is to tell the story that the statistics suggest. And I think therein lies the art. Right.
But isn't that what Nebuchadnezzar was famously so good at doing? He didn't rely upon just the stats and the chronology of the game that he was talking about. Quite often he wasn't even there. The line I've always loved, it gets trotted out on, probably shows like this, I don't know. Trent Bridge, a lotus land for batsmen, a place where it was always afternoon and 360 for 2. I mean, again, we'll come back to it, but I'm not sure you get that sort of language. Ashley, what about for you? Historian, statistician, wrapped in prose.
Yeah. I think that. I've always had a head for stats because cricket is unmerciful in that way, and that everyone that plays in a game is ranked. Where you come in, when you bowl, the score you get, everything that you do is accounted for. So it's a good basis from which to start when you want to historically analyse something. But as Aninda was saying before, it's just the bones. You've got to put the flesh on it, and that's the real art. But it's just so important in cricket as well to get those stats right, because they can be interpreted in so many ways, and if you haven't got the right one to work with in the beginning, you're not only doing the record books a disservice, you're deceiving your readers. So you have to get those right. But I would consider myself a writer before I would consider myself a...
Well, yeah, it's interesting you say that, because if when you think about the Unforgiven, interestingly enough, there are stats in there. Of course there are. And
that's why I put the scorecards at the end.
You did.
Because it's important to me. Because if I read a book and I've got all this stuff, I want to be able to refer exactly to what happened.
Any cricket fan would be lying if they weren't worrying. Well, but what was the scorecard that day? Who got how many wickets? I mean, they still will do that. But, and again, I think this is a commonality probably between both of you and books of yours that I've been lucky enough to read, is there's a huge amount of personality and emotion, quite raw emotion in perhaps more in your case, Ashley, around the personalities, the issues that they were going through, the challenges, the moral challenges that they were facing. So stats alone are never going to tell that story. What was the point at which you said there is a really deep seam to mine here that goes far beyond just cricket, and led you to that book?
Well, it probably was just meeting Richard Austin in the first place and finding him in the gutter. I didn't see him on the cricket field racking up a century or taking 5 wickets or making a spectacular catch. I saw him in the gutter drinking rum from a plastic Coke bottle and pleading to me for money to feed his cocaine habits. So the story could never be about the statistics, or I was talking to a guy today from my hometown. I think I told you before, Tony, that's doing a story from Newcastle, and I actually played cricket with him as a kid, and he was saying that the book is more about the decisions that people make in their lives and the ramifications and how they reconcile them later in life, if they ever do. So that always had to be the focus for me. I had to get the other stuff right, because to not do that would be to
the price of the ticket.
Fall out with so many cricket fans, and also myself, because I got to get these things right. Because if you want to get your argument right, stats have to be right. So but the story is about people's lives and how people make calls on their lives that sometimes are wrong and sometimes can lead down very dark alleys. So that's more what it's about, and also the political ramifications. There are so many variables, other themes that sort of interweave there, and it got so complex at one stage that I just thought I couldn't do it. I just thought there's just so much going on in this book. It was doing my head in. But I'll just quickly give you a little anecdote. It was Christmas night 2018, just before Christmas, and I was having lunch with a mate up in the suburb here called Marrickville, which is in Sydney's inner west, and we were having some Vietnamese, and I was telling him about my problems about the book, and I was halfway through it, and I didn't think I was going to make it to the end, and we were outside, and I looked up at the building across the road, and there was a mural there, and it was a mural of a picture of Nelson Mandela, and it had a big painted picture of him, and also had a quote down the bottom, and the quote said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." And it just felt like he was speaking to me, because he was South African. The book was about South Africa. It just felt like a very profound moment for me, and I just thought, well, okay, I just got to do it. That's all you can do in those situations. Anyway, yeah.
So ultimately, Nelson Mandela helped you to get to that's quite a story. And Indo, what about you? I mean, your book again is certainly all of them really, but certainly Wizards it is about a range of different personalities and personal stories that are wrapped in the statistics of that show achievement ultimately. Who stood out for you, perhaps not just for achievement, but as a personality, where you felt that the backstory around the individual was as big or perhaps even bigger than the sporting achievements themselves? Was there anyone in there you'd pull out?
Yeah, there'd be a couple of them. The first one is the person I start the book with, and who just historically happened to be chronologically the first Indian spinner as well, Palvankar Balu, and it's an incredibly interesting story from a sociological point of view, from a political point of view as well.
And we're back.
Bloody hell.
How was your?
The
I did try the
T20
curry
break.
powder in the soup. It's probably not strong enough. I couldn't really taste it.
You need I like a bit of spice, man. You know.
Yeah.
The T20 break is just enough time to microwave a tin of soup, eat it, and get back.
Just about, yeah.
I had a bag of crisps.
Well, we're all refueled and ready for this second innings. No surprises, it's going to be Joss Butler and Steve Smith opening for Rajasthan, chasing 175 to win.
Let's have a bunch of jingles. We've got this, man.
Let's do
Prior ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone Sutler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler.
This man.
Inevitable. You know Steve Smith's inevitable. He treats the
And this
fielders
man's
like
bowling.
they're not really there. Hits the ball in the air across the boundary line.
He's alright, yes, he is fine. Cast his pearls before the swine. On the field, this sun
No
will
run off
shine.
the first ball.
Because it is Sunil Narayan.
It is Sunil Narayan. Not quite the same threat, I think, since he had to have his action checked.
Well, yeah.
But still a canny operator at the top of the innings. That one's down the leg side. Should be a wide. Just turns past Butler's pad. It is.
Well, I should play a jingle for that, shouldn't I? I was just checking on Butler's run lines.
Wow.
I'm fancying him today. I'm going over 25 and a half.
Okay. See what he can do. Tips that one into the leg side. He should be underway. It's a quickish single. It's a square leg. He gets home comfortably enough.
And I think I've gone for Rajasthan to win. I've got 11 to 10, which wasn't great.
11 to 10, I think could have got a better price on the exchange than that.
Probably could. I'm not part of the exchange
6 to
business.
4 now.
Yeah.
One of those you put the bet on, then it moves in the other direction.
Well, exactly. I mean,
reason.
You look at these top throwers. Sanju Sampson batted pretty well the other day. These two are pretty strong. It's got to be the top order's got to do a lot of it, you thought?
I would think so, yes. That one's tipped into the leg side by Smith. Fielder comes in, they'll get another single.
But they are very capable of doing it.
Absolutely capable. Let's just hope we have an interesting chase.
Yeah,
We've certainly seen some interesting chases in this IPL in both senses of the word. Quite a few teams giving themselves a lot to do, but Butler has no intention of that. He's come down the track, he's clubbed it over wide mid on, and it's a 6.
Nice.
Yep, couple of steps, and close enough to the pitch. He knew Narayan wasn't going to turn it exceptionally. Even though it was quite flat, he was able to lift it over mid on and never in danger of having to run that one.
I don't really rate. I'm saying this for a while, but I don't really rate Narayan.
Not anymore, not as much. But as I say, he's still a canny operator at the top of the innings. That one seemed a bit more out of the front of the hand, and Butler plays it up to long on, pick up a single.
Originally, wasn't he a leg spinner?
Well, originally he was a finger spinner, but he had the very good carom ball, so he was moving it both ways, and he couldn't really pick it So particularly on a spinning track, he could be very, very good.
Supposedly the carrom ball can only be thrown anyway, can't it?
That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing about remodelling, is actually doesn't really have that anymore.
No, piss
A
off.
sweep from Smith, that's the worst appeal in cricket history, because he was about 5 stumps outside off stump when he hit him. Hit him on the shoulder, then he got through for 2 leg byes. So that's 12 off the over. A good start for Rajasthan. We only had 1 off KKR's first over, so they're well ahead of this one.
Do you like some messages from Cricket Tracker India?
Yes, please.
Mostly people saying hi. Rahul Kumar Yadav, Yasir Ansari says nice KKR. Nazir Talukbar says hi. Abhijit Ghosh says hello. Abdul Ansari Fizan says hi. Dataram says hi. Shiva Kumar Gaudru says hello. And Aman Kumar Yadav says hello. So hello everyone.
I'm gathering from that we're back on Cricket Tracker after missing out for a couple of games.
No, this
We're
is
on
Cricket
Cricket Tracker India.
Cricket Tracker India, okay.
The IPL are a bunch of evil people, man. I mean,
Well, it's the BCCI, isn't it?
Well, it's the BCCI, but it's also Star, and everyone, the higher ups involved in the broadcast, the whole thing. So BCCI and Star, basically. But I mean, the way they stop everyone from using, acronyms and fucking IPL instead of, have to call it Indian T20. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean,
They are quite proprietorial, yes.
But I mean, if everyone knows what it is, what's the point? It's just petty bullshit.
Does seem a bit odd. Well, we had Archer bowling to his England captain. Now we have Cummins bowling to his Australian captain.
Interesting. Let's give him a jingle. If I can find him. Here we are.
Butler's going to be on first.
When?
We'll have Smith in a minute. Clips it to deep square, should be a single, and we will have Steve Smith on strike.
Yeah, they were tampering. What you do, Cummins, when they were tampering? Yeah, you knew, Cummins.
Well, 2 very different games for Pat Cummins so far. None for 49 off 3 against Mumbai, and 1 for 19 off 4 against the Sunrisers.
He got absolute pasting in that game. Were you watching that? Was I watching that with you in that game?
I think so, yes. It was one of the games that didn't go to a ridiculous super over.
Did you see Paul Rand's fielding the other day?
By 50 runs, sorry?
Did you see Paul Rand's fielding the other day?
Yes, this is what I was talking about, rule discussions. Someone pops up on WhatsApp and says that shouldn't be allowed.
But it is quite ridiculous. It's got to be said.
Well, yes, but as he had to concede, there's this out to mid wicket for no run. Well, he said that shouldn't be a catch because it was well over the line. And I said, well, what does well over mean, for the umpire's benefit? And he had to concede that the only way of saying that shouldn't count is saying you should never go outside the field of play to make a catch, which seems harsh.
Well, I don't think that is harsh. If the boundary is the boundary, then if you're over the boundary, then the ball is over the boundary, and the ball is therefore a six.
The ball. The ball never itself never goes on.
It doesn't matter. It's like
no.
The boundary is like a mathematical plane.
All right. Well, if you can leave the field of play in football, touch the ball as long as the ball stays in, that's fine. What's the difference?
No, if the ball crosses the line, it's out.
No, the ball doesn't. You can cross the line if the ball is in.
Yes, but in that situation, the ball wasn't in because it was over the line.
Oh, you're taking Gary's view that we have to have a camera on every 5 yards of boundary.
No, not at all. But I mean, in that case, it's bloody obvious. I mean, the ball was like 4 feet over the boundary, and
what
he
are you
caught
going
it.
to do when it's not obvious?
Well, then you're going to have to make a decision. You have a third umpire. Cool.
Well, this is what we always get to. Anyway, Cummins is in again.
Oh dear,
Oh, he's cut Smith in half, and I think he's out. I think he's got his captain out. The umpire does not, but they all seem very confident for a team that's not going to review.
so they knew it wasn't out, but we'll appeal with such vociferousness because we think it's out, but we're not going to review.
I really hate when they do that laughing, or even when they do that laughing celebration of the wicket. I do think that's disrespectful. It seems to be quite a common Indian thing. Ooh. Smith's been absolutely carved up by that one. He's gone right over middle and off, but it wasn't a very good shot.
It's one of those times like when Smith looks like a number 11.
Well, what he did there, he was trying to play it into the leg side, but he didn't move across to allow him to do it. That's gone miles up in the air, so this is another chance. Depends how far it's gone. It's just gone far enough. Russell couldn't get there. Oh, he's living a charmed life, Steve Smith. That was way up, but he got just enough on it to make sure that the mid-off fielder couldn't quite get there. So close. Picked up 2.
That was another. It was just a hoik, wasn't it?
Yep,
Almost like it
may have held that one back a little bit. Cummins, it was good bowling. Russell didn't quite get there. No, he wasn't quite close enough to get his hand to it. And Cummins has been a bit unlucky in this over. See what he can do this time.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Another ugly swing from Smith. And he's got him! He's got him that time. He got him in a rather strange way. It was the bottom edge. Now is Smith under review. He's asking, was that bat? Well, you tell us, mate. The counter's counting.
Well, again, he must know. Why he's asking Butler, I do not know. You're the man who's either hit the ball or haven't. You're the man who should know. Why are you asking the other guy? Ridiculous. Anyway, he hasn't reviewed. And so we say goodbye.
And eventually, he's out.
That was
a bit of a tell there because he's gone and looked round at the wicketkeeper after he missed it. But what he was doing a lot in that over, Smith, instead of his usual thing where he steps outside the ball to the offside and then plays his leg, he was stepping away from Cummins.
And he didn't look so good at that.
No,
he just looked completely clueless.
He did.
Yeah, well, he's just come off 250s, but I guess Patrick Cummins bowling that.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says all this talk of soup consumed during the break is not very appealing to your fan base or suit your star status, Guerrilla Cricket. We expect our heroes and commentators to be fueled up on lines on the table, if not something heated on a spoon. Well, I did have a hot spoon.
Who's that from? Jay?
Podcast. Armchair Cricket Podcast.
Well, you know.
Well, this isn't Bollywood.
If we could, if some of us could, we would. Let's put it that way. But, you know, we can't. I do find it odd as well because Smith is opening in this, isn't he? And he's not really an opener. I know he thinks it's...
In fact, he had never opened in any form of cricket before this IPL.
Indeed, and it showed there, to be honest. Anyway, it's going to be this man.
We got to the ground around 9, and by then, Sanju Samson had begun to shine.
Well, he's the form batsman in this IPL, 74 and 85 in his first 2 games, both at a very healthy rate. And see what Shivam Mavi can do about it. On true commentator style, I haven't seen a lot of it.
Like Shivam Mavi's bowling.
IPL jingle should be quick.
He's the youngster. He's pretty quick. Actually, I did see him, and he was quite good.
Okay, good. Yep.
He was the first game. I think he was in the first game of the IPL.
He's going to come into Butler. Length ball and a bit of an inside edge from Butler out to mid wicket. It's no run.
I think he became. He was big when he was young, and then he's had a couple of years where he's been injured. Naka was saying he's picked up so sort of one of a couple of quickies they've got, the youngsters. And he's just had injury after injury after injury.
Looking at that Smith dismissal again, we haven't got. Oh, now we've got an ultra edge. Yeah, big edge on the bottom of the bat. It looked like a deflection in slow motion. Yes, mate.
Yes, mate. You hit it.
Butler is outside the line, so there's no danger that it hits him on the pad. Runs down to third man. They'll pick up a leg by.
Sanju Samson. Does he open? Has he opened before?
No, he's generally number 3.
Okay.
Number 3.
So they're trying to sandwich Smith in. He's now the skipper, isn't he? Because that's normally where you'd have Smith as well.
Maybe they're just a little bit short of openers. Yeah. You can't always get the perfect balance you want in an auction.
No, maybe these two would look better together though as an opening partnership.
Maybe so. It's an option. Having said that, Samson's scoring a ton of runs, so why would you move him?
Yeah, that's true.
16 for 1. Target was 175, was it?
Yep, target is 175.
175. Hopefully an interesting chase. Rajasthan looking to go 3 from 3. That's clipped into the leg side by Samson, and very nicely. Short third mat, short fine leg, ropes after it. Never going to get there. It's 4.
Hit me, baby, one more time. Oh, baby,
And that's his first ball already, a man who looks like he's in touch.
Yeah, it was in a corridor though, wasn't it? I mean, they love it there.
It's on Midland leg, yeah.
Just turn a bat, turn a handle, man's up in the circle, just beat him and it's running away for 4 runs. Nice way to get off the mark.
Yep, always nice. He certainly has every reason to be confident.
Brendan's chewing gum like a nutter, as per normal.
As is the norm, filthy habit. Mavu comes in, punched by Sampson. A nice net shot straight to the cover fielder.
Yeah, nicely timed. We got any tweets, Nestlers?
Yeah, Knackle points out that it's former Australia captain Steve Smith. It was quite a big deal, if you remember.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh yeah. Is it, he's not LGL? No, he's not. No, you're right. Yes,
but he does tend to act as captain, even though he's not when he's on the field.
Jay's distressed by your lack of obvious plaid overshirts. You cannot possess more than 3 shirts. That's just quantum morality.
It, especially Jay. I had that shirt on. I thought, oh no, Jay's going to comment on it, so I'll change it. Big swing from Sampson. No ding, as the boys like to say. Flashes past off stump and there's no run.
This is going to set you off, Bear. Ravi says, by the Bears' logic then, a fielder who keeps the ball in but himself touches the boundary sponge should not be a 4. The principle in cricket is that the ball is in the air, is fair game, right?
Well, this is what I said to the guy on WhatsApp. When I said to him, so should that apply to ground fielding as well, he went very quiet.
What? So if you're touching the rope and the ball is inside the...
No, if you leave the field of play at any point during the fielding.
Oh no!
That's what you're saying for catches.
No. All I'm saying is if you catch it over the rope, the ball is over the rope, and therefore it should be a 6.
You're saying purely on where the ball... It picked the single there. You're saying purely on where the ball is in space.
Yes, and I think it's arguable to say that if you save the ball inside the rope and your body touches the rope, that it shouldn't be a 4 either, because the ball didn't touch the rope, and because you're not therefore you're saying you're an extension of the ball, but the ball is an object.
Well, again, go back to football. The goalkeeper can make a save even if his foot is behind the line.
Precisely.
There are lots of different ways you could do it.
Well, no, I think it's this is the thing I'm saying. It's where the object is in relation to the boundary. And a boundary has a vertical plane that goes up around a perimeter.
So
therefore,
I could catch a ball standing
over the line.
Rope.
Yes, as long as the ball's inside. Yeah. Yes, I think that would be fine.
Okay, well that was Gary's position as well. I'd say there's a lot of ways you can do it.
But it's not the law.
But you could. But again, the slight problem is you can't do that without cameras. You can't do that in recreation.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's very rare that this sort of situation happens. I mean, the obvious ones like when Poram pulled that bat the other day. I mean, he didn't catch it anyway. But the point is, for me, that's a 6. I mean, it's a good 4 feet over the line.
Right. Yeah. I do see that one, but there's Sampson, lovely shot, nice timing, goes through extra cover. Russell is after it very quickly. He touches the rope. Should that have been 4?
No.
But I think we're both saying no, because the ball did stay in, and he wasn't touching it when he hit the rope. The problem sometimes is actually what people will look at things and say that should be different, but they won't think about how you'd actually codify the rules and how it would affect different situations. I think we're all agreed.
Well, I know. I mean, like in football, they basically have now. They got line camera essentially, haven't they?
No, but that's only to the rule. Although they don't have line cameras in park football, the rule is still the same.
Yeah, the entirety of the ball has to be over the line for it to be a goal.
Sampson plays that one up to mid-on. There's no run,
which is fair enough. The ball is the object that has to be in the goal. If it crosses the plane of the line, it's in the goal. That's logic, man. That's
different
logic.
Sports are different, though. I mean, I think I'm right in saying in rugby, if you step on the touchline, then even if the ball's in, then that's
again. I think that's again, the ball shouldn't be out. I mean, it's the rules. I mean, the rules are rules, and we all play by them. But some of them are anachronistic. Anachronistic? I don't know.
Anachronistic. Well, Cummins plays out to Sampson, and there is no run. I do think it was a shame. It would be a shame if this kind of amazing athletic fielding was sort of outlawed. I think a lot of people feel that.
Yes,
I mean
when you
Trump
see
defense now, a lot of people say what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's amazing to watch. I do think, but I mean, and I don't have a problem with it because that's how the rules are as they are at the moment. I just think the rules are a little bit wrong, or the laws actually, or whatever you want to call them. You know, I do think it is the fact that it's an object and a plane, and where the object is in relation to the plane is.
Sampson plays that one down to fine leg, but he's back this time, so it'll just be a single.
Should be the judge of what the score is. So it's either hit the rope or hit the plane, gone over the plane.
I'm hearing a ghost voice. Is that you very quiet?
Sorry, I was just saying, how much of the ball has to go over the line there?
The entirety
of the ball. So
Yeah.
you can have loads of instances where they're kind of checking to see how much of that ball has gone
Yes,
over the line.
but we do that anyway about whether the fucker hit the fucking rope
We've got
or
enough
not.
going on in bloody cricket.
Yeah, but I mean, well, no, because most of the time we check at the moment. That's a great
Scoop
shot.
shot from Butler. It's going to sail over for 6 into the advertising audience. Lovely shot.
Super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocker, super shatter.
No, because most of the time now we're checking whether the ball is actually the guy is touching the ball whilst he's in touch with the rope. That's what we check more than anything. Because most of the time it either hits the rope or it doesn't.
It's another bloody check, though, wouldn't it?
Well, no, it wouldn't be, because therefore, if the guy was out in the field and the ball didn't touch the rope and he fielded it, but he hit the rope, it would not be a 4, and therefore you wouldn't have to check.
If they're checking to see if the ball has broken the boundary line.
How often would you check it? It hardly ever gets checked. You wouldn't check it that often.
You'd have to check it just as much, I would have thought. That one's a shorter ball from Cummins, but they can't get anything on it. It's not called wide. It'll be the end of the over, yes. 1 for 12 off 2 for Cummins, and it's 30 for 1 off 4.
Of course, we wouldn't have won the World Cup,
evolved. They will continue to evolve. Do you remember when you used to be able to lean on the fence and put your hands back behind you and catch it, and that was fine?
Yeah, it was. Well,
you want some tweets?
Come on then.
Dave says, why do you assume that comment was from me, Doss? I don't know what comment he's talking about. Fair mind does, he says, it'll be my guess and all. And Hendo's joined us. He says, I love watching Sampson. There's something composed about him in the manner of Mohala Jawardena, and pink suits him. And of course, I says, morning, I see Bear is trying to get rid of the joy of rally catches on the boundary.
Yes.
No, I don't. No. You're getting me wrong. The law as it stands, I'm fine with. That's the law. Therefore, you play by what it is. I just think it's a bit weird law that if the ball's over the line, it's a 6. So currently, I enjoy watching that fielding, and I'm quite happy for it to be as it is because that's what the law is. I just think the law's wrong.
Diana Patterson says, you're now beside the paint tins in the parish hall toilets, keeping me company while I paint. Thanks. Where's the parish hall, Diana?
You can always watch it dry if that's more entertaining than listening to us. Unnamed bowler is in. Sampson swings it away. That's going to be out. Hendo, you jinxed him. Ryan with the catch. I'm not quite sure who's bowling, but whoever it is, it's Mavi. He's got the prime wicket of Sanju Samson. Not really sure why Sampson didn't pick that up. It looked like the shot was on over mid-wicket. That's maybe twisted in his hand. He's really clothed it to Narayan, and I might claim an assist, but we'll give Hendo the jinx.
I think also, Andy, you put a term there I've never heard before. He clothed it.
Oh, all the time.
I've not heard that one.
Yeah. Andy uses that all the time. So
yeah. Well, maybe I just haven't heard Andy do it a lot. Clothed it. Lovely.
Well, talking before the game about how Smith and Sampson both scored 50s in both previous games. Well, now they're both out.
Not seeing
Rahul Tewatia at 4 today.
No, and it's going to be Robin Tapper.
The runs a low, confident shot. We can't wait another minute for Robin Tapper.
Now, I bet if Grubby was here, he would know the song that recorded it, because I do.
Do you? Tell me what it is, because
it's called Captain of the Heart. and it's a band called Double. It's actually spelt double, but they were called Double.
It sounds
80s?
It sounds kind of familiar.
Very 80s, yes.
Yeah, very 80s.
In the same way that the band that most people call Was Not Was, the whole point of the name is it's Vas Not Was. Because that's their name, and it's pronounced Vas, not Was.
So why don't they spell it with a V?
Because they're German and it's Vas.
They're American, aren't they?
I don't know.
I'm not sure what they were. They walked the dinosaur, though. Anyway, Utapa plays that one out to point, and there's no run, so he hasn't had much of a bat in the previous 2 games, but he's got plenty of time to do what they signed him for in this one.
Don Was, who was in Was Not Was, or Vaz Not
Don
Vaz,
Vas, yes.
is a producer. He's produced the Stones.
Yes, yeah.
That's why they always say shit, huh? Late Stones is nah.
Money-making machine.
Absolutely.
Never afraid
They
to
sell loads of T-shirts.
buck the trend here at Gorilla Cricket. Mavi, who's picked up a wicket, and that could be close as well. He missed the stumps. It was dabbed down to backward point, and it was a pretty ill-advised run, but at least they both went for it, and whether Butler would have got home or not, I'm not sure. But he missed, so it doesn't really matter. I'd like to have another look, though. I think he might have been short there.
I think he might have been short. Unfortunately, the throw was pretty poor.
Throw didn't get there, and it was a full-length dive from Butler, who somehow hasn't got too much grass and mud on his lovely pink trousers.
Ooh,
Yeah, it would have been well out for all his airborne dive. So, bit of pressure on Josh Butler here, maybe. He's on 15.
I've got a question after this.
Okay.
In
Mavi.
reference to what just happened.
Oh, well, he's pulled out, so go for it now if it's quick.
Butler ran back there and the ball hit him. What if it hit him and went under the stumps and the fouls came on?
Well, it's out if he's not in his ground.
Right.
Mavi's going to come in. It's wide, and Butler crunches it through cover, and there's no one there. It's kind of expecting someone, but there wasn't, so that's 4.
And that's inside the overs, isn't it? Inside the overs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Power play time. You've only got 2 fielders out. Usually one's on the leg and somewhere behind square on the offside.
Well, that's often what the power of a player like Butler can bring you. You feel obliged to put long on, maybe square leg out, which means if you do bowl short outside of stump, there's no sweeper on the offside.
So, going on from my question,
Right.
you're running for... Oh, break off.
Here comes Mavi. Oh, flashed by Butler. It's good bowling, as you say. There's a little bit of whippiness about him, and it comes on a bit quicker than expecting every now and then.
You're running you're running to the wicket.
Yep.
The fielder bungs the ball in. It's nowhere near the stumps at all. But it hits you and then hits the stumps, and you're out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even though the ball was going nowhere near it.
Yep.
It was going to go down mid-wicket, and it just happens to hit you. Right. Okay.
It's unlucky. There are a million ways to get out, and that would be one of them.
Yep. That'd be really unlucky.
I've never seen that happen.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Butler steps away, and Mavi follows him a little bit. Butler can only get a single out to mid-wicket. So it's good over from Mavi. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 10, 1 for 11, and it's 36 for 2. The match is poised.
There's lots of people not agreeing with you, Bear.
I know there's going to be a lot of people not agreeing with me. As I said, I don't disagree. Look, the laws are the laws, and that's how we play them now. I just think they could be different. Why?
Well,
what are they saying?
You can't catch every weird case, and there's always going to be some, like that Puran one, which really I think we should just give credit as an amazing piece
Oh
of
yeah,
fielding
no,
within the rules of the game,
absolutely amazing bit of fielding. It just strikes me that actually the batsman would feel really quite peeved that the ball was thrown back from 4 feet over the line and it wasn't given a 6.
Yeah, possibly.
I mean,
I can totally see where you're coming from, Bear. I mean, it was a 6, but it wasn't. If you know
But
what I
it
mean.
wasn't. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. But it was. Not
C'est la
was.
vie, c'est la vie.
In Vas, not was. Cummins is going to continue. He's bowling 3 off the wheel at the start of this innings. And he's going to come into Butler. It's Butler moves away and Cummins follows him into the pads. They got one, they might get two. Yeah, good running.
Really good
Get
running.
back for twos, no square leg. Mid-wicket was there, rather watching it happen.
Oh man,
Bit
there was a game we watched the other day. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. In the first innings, they just kept. I think it was Johnny Bairstow and Warner, and they weren't. The wicket was tricky, and they just didn't have anyone within stopping distance of a two if it was just trickled through mid-wicket for 3 overs. 3 overs on the trot. And they just kept getting twos. They just kept mistiming it out through mid-wicket and running twos. It's just like, Jesus.
Honestly, that time I think there was a man at mid-wicket who could have made
that
some
went more
ground,
square.
watched everybody else do it. Cummins punched into the offside, straight to cover. Did they get a run? Don't think so. 38 for 2.
Jay thanks you, Andy, for teaching him about was not was.
Always like to share some knowledge.
He didn't know that. He didn't know.
I hope it's true.
See, that's an odd question, isn't it? On the screen, how important is the mentoring of young Indian talent by senior team India players during the IPL? Well, obviously that's important, but why isn't it mentoring by all senior players? There's a lot of talent from all over the world.
Well, yes, that one's backs away again. Butler is doing that quite a lot. I think Cover might have got a hand on that, so it will only be a single.
Surely it's more about people with international experience and passing on that experience.
Well, this is the what players have learned from the IPL. They mix with people from different cultures who play in different conditions, and it's something Kevin Peterson talks about a lot in one of his more lucid reads.
I can't remember who it was. One of the England spinners was taught by playing against Shane Warne, and then afterwards Warne was helping him.
Yes.
I can't remember who it was. And it seemed extraordinary to me because they were playing against each other. But Warne, who's really into it, just took him aside and started to kind of coach him after the game.
That does ring a bell. I can't remember which player though. Oh, was it Cummins comes in, a thickish outside edge, and it spilled. I'm not sure if it carried.
I don't think it carried.
Went down to backward point. It was turned around there, Uthappa, and there is no one. Was it Mason Crane?
Can't remember.
No. Let's have another look at this one anyway. But they got rather Uthappa got rather turned around. No, you're right. Didn't quite carry to backward point.
He jumped afterwards.
Yeah, living on their nerves a little bit, these batsmen. Oh, lots of hands on heads. Ooh, dugout.
So you got to get through here, and you kind of think the Butler wants to get it through to a spinner. You know he can destroy spinners.
Yep, they're sticking with the seam mostly. Uthappa's gone for that one. Kartik catches it, but no threat of an edge. It's the one over the shoulder. If we can work out I agree, it is sometimes confusing about what's happening. And we've had 6 overs. So yes, I think Tony's going to come in and we're going to switch around after this one.
Do you think that?
Yes. Do you think I get to take my rubbish out?
Do you think Cummins gets upset? Wait, get off screen, Tone. You're not on yet.
Oh, I thought I was. I think
do you think Cummins gets upset that he's not the fastest man here?
Well, maybe they don't have the egos like they used to, or maybe they do. That one's a dot ball. It's 39 for 2, so after a good first over from Rajasthan, they've been pegged back, and KKR looking on top.
And now we change.
Thank
I was
you,
one
people.
ball early.
Yes, well,
in my enthusiasm.
But the thing is, as I keep trying to tell you boys, if your video comes on, everyone gets out of kilter, and you get people on half screens, and it's really irritating.
I just couldn't wait to join the
bounce,
the excitement.
And I'm going on to tweets if you thought you were going to escape me all day. Not quite.
We've finally given Nestle his soup break, have we?
Yeah, he gets a whole 6 overs off.
Fantastic.
That's me, I'm doing commentary. I thought you'd come on to do commentary, but you're doing the last stint, aren't you? So I shall take over.
You'll be glad to know I've been using my time sensibly.
Have you? What have you been doing?
Well, I did work out very quickly this year's IPL average first inning score at Dubai.
Which was?
It is 180.4 in 5 games, highest of 206, couple of over 200.
5 games here already.
Yeah.
Well, I've only got 3 grounds, remember, and this is a 12th game.
So that would suggest that, and internationally, it's way less. It's only about 143. The average score.
Well, you wonder whether that's pitch preparation and what they want.
Well, pitch preparation, shorter boundaries, maybe of the.
Yeah, they've probably
I think could well be a factor for the IPL as well.
Yeah, possibly could.
Whichever way you look at it, the KKR will below it.
Oh, that's interesting. Butler is facing up, edged out, you bastard. Butler, you muppet. It's all gone horribly wrong. He's flashed at that one. He hasn't moved his feet. It can happen. It's a T20. You got to try and hit the ball, and he didn't hit it. Well, he did hit it badly. He's edged it. It's wide, and he's flashed at it. He's got a thick outside edge that's flown to the man. Basically short third man on the edge of the circle. And the three people you think that would have to get most of the runs here have pretty much all failed, and they find themselves in trouble due to Rajasthan Royals.
Still his highest score. In two. This is third match, I think. No, second match, isn't it, for Josh?
Didn't play the first one.
Yeah. So still his highest score. 21.
Jay is upset that I might have been lying about Vasnot. I wasn't. It is my. I do generally believe that, but I've been wrong about these things before. So who knows? And Jeff puts forward a compromise while preserving one of the best traditions of backyard cricket: 6 and out.
Well, we have a new batsman, and the new batsman is
Rian Parag, he comes from Assam. Oh, he looks like a baby 'cause he's 17, like every teen in history.
well, he's the 17-year-old, and he defends first ball back up the track, and there's no run. This looks like a big task here for the Rajasthan Royals with those 3 out.
It's his second IPL though. He played last year. Averages 23.7.
Well,
IPLs.
The flip side of that, I suppose, is they've got a chance to make themselves a star here. Pull this off,
absolutely, yeah,
and you get all the plaudits. Parag faces up to who's bowling? It's Mavi still.
Mavi again.
Yeah.
Yep.
And defends that out in the offside, and there is no run. Dot ball,
No,
wicket, dot.
6 overs without a bowling change.
His banal website statement is IPL has taught me to play under pressure.
Now that is banal.
So, well, if it has, he's going to be well placed for what he needs to do in this innings.
Yeah.
We shall see. Facing up now, Parag to Mavi. Fat inside edge goes out to long leg eventually. And there will just be the 1 run. Gets himself off the mark though.
I like the look of young Mavi, who's bowling very nicely. Came through got kind of really noticed, didn't he, with the under-19 World Cup, I think. And he's certainly lively.
It does seem like the way these lads get themselves in the shop window.
Well, he's doing a fine job.
Well, I guess if you play for India under-19s, you must be pretty good. There's a lot of people play cricket, and you're virtually an adult at 19. So the best of the rest, aren't they, really? Driven nicely by Robin Utapa. There should be a man out.
Many 19-year-olds.
Yeah. I'm soon have one myself,
describe
don't worry.
most of them as mainly an adult.
Well, no. We think about that, but when I was 19 I certainly thought I was an adult, and you can do most of the things that you legally do in life.
He's not that tall. He's only 5'9" for a quicker bowler, but he looks taller because he's got a lanky frame for a comparatively not so tall man, really.
He's also got a sharp haircut that sticks up a bit. Guided by Parag, but straight to the man backward point, and there is no run, and that ends that over. Only 2 off it and a wicket. That's a quality over. Good
Jay
lad.
says, as someone with no emotional or financial skin in the game, I like following the bears' facial expressions to monitor progress. And if you'd like to do that, you can join us on YouTube and see our lovely faces.
YouTube or Facebook. You can find us on Facebook, GorillaCricket.com on Facebook, and you can also find us, of course, on Hot Mic, where you can, if you wish, sync us to your TV pictures easily and simply. And you can find us, well, yes, as you said, on YouTube as well. So if you really want to see our faces, there are many options.
What was that?
Stranger things have certainly happened this IPL already.
Well, they've gone out to 9-1.
9-1, yeah.
Bloody hell. In trouble. Well, Mavi is in, and that's Hoyt. Oh dear. Straight down square legs.
Now go.
They're
Wicket
done.
first ball. How about
that? Robin Tapper has smacked that straight down deep square leg's throat. And he is gone for 2 off 7. And this is a shambles. They're in deep doo-doo. And we'll send him off with this. And he just
there are some universals in coaching. One of them is either hit the ball up or hit it down. And that was in between.
It was. 2015 was the last time the Royals won the first 3 matches of an IPL season, and they've made it 2 from 2, but they are looking increasingly unlikely at the moment to make it 3 from 3. I would suggest.
Indeed, that was cool. Marvey down there, in fact, having just got a wicket. Butler.
But here comes a man who could do anything.
I know very little. I know
He's
very
probably
little
thinking,
about
what
this
again?
Man. Here he is this man. At least he's got a good name, Twatia Twatters. You know.
Did we cover that game? Innings for 2 halves.
Yes, we did.
Oh, it must have been something
from memory.
He hit 5 6s and over, didn't he, or something?
5 6s and over later on, that still probably had a net negative contribution.
Well, it's going to be interesting then. Well, maybe
Required
not.
rates nearly 10.5. They're currently going at nearer to 6. It's catch up a ball after only 7 overs. So wickets.
Will, you really got to say their best 4 batsmen are out. Their best 4 batsmen, main 4 batsmen, are all back in the hutch.
Exactly. However, there are only 13. Well, there's only 12.9 overs to go. 12.5 overs, sorry. And it only takes one guy. I mean, I always insist, in an ODI, one guy can win you in a match. You just got to be lucky, really. One of these two.
Well,
unlikely, I'd
70
say.
or 80.
The bookies probably have it right about 12-1 now, as that's guided down at third man for a single.
More like 20.
20s? Fuck. Maybe I'll put a pound on that, chase my winnings. And
I certainly agree with Leah on this one. When I was 19, I thought I was an adult who knew all about everything. Today's me would smack the 19-year-old me around to do.
Oh, I think I'd do the same to me.
Yes, I would. Well, I think I was not too bad at 19, but I got worse. In my early 20s, I was just an idiot. Wasted my life.
Yeah, I did too. Until about 27, I think I wasted my life. But that's what you do.
I certainly did professionally till I was about 31.
Yeah. That's about probably right with me too. That's defended back down the track and there's no run. But hell, I was having fun, man.
That was the other problem. I wasn't really having fun either. I was just not doing very much.
Yeah, but that was
got there in the end.
Well, that's kind of fun when you know.
Doesn't the old George Best comment come to mind? Was it? I've spent half of my money or half of my life on alcohol and women, but the other half I just wasted.
Well, we do waste a lot of time. Is that out? It is out.
Yep, it's out.
Shit,
yep,
they're in real
catch.
trouble here. Parag's cut that. It's cut that quite nice. They're going to go upstairs, I think. The umpire's gone over to the square leg umpire. He wants to check that out. But Parag's hit that pretty sweet, and he's hit it down.
He did hit that one down. To be
he
fair,
did. He did hit it down,
catch.
but he couldn't get on top of it enough. And I think
Who are the two umpires, Ben?
Why are you asking me that, Tony? Let me have
Because
a look.
you're commentating.
Yeah, but it's not the kind of thing I know. I shall have a look.
Okay,
You'll see the joke in a minute. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that's out, and that would leave them 42 for 5. And well, I hesitate to say it. Some of the weird things that have happened already in this IPL, but surely they would be toast from here.
Let's have a look. It's cut. And that's out.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I think he's got his fingers under that.
I think he got his fingers under that.
Yep.
I don't think there's any problem with that at all. The soft signal was out. He's called it above the ground. He hasn't put it down into the ground and called it up again. He's got it, his fingers in and poked it up and held on to it.
It is interesting though how the different camera angles give you a slightly different perspective. The one where you see where you, if you like, you're behind the ball going towards him, casts just an element of doubt. Whereas the one, no, it doesn't when you see it in super slow-mo and closer up.
Yeah.
The one behind left no doubt at all, strangely. But that's rock solid out.
I think you've got to give that credit, assuming it is given out, which I think it will be. That's a really good catch.
I think it's a stunning catch.
Absolutely horizontal.
Of course, they have to go to PayTM to, just to check. PayTM. It says out.
We've had worse.
Yeah, I know. Anyway,
so the two umpires have obviously figured that out and gone to PayTM and worked it out there. Who were they again? You'd have to remind me.
Perhaps you could tell us if
no, I've already done it once.
I can't even find it on Crick Info, so I don't know how I'm going to tell you.
The joke is they have really unpronounceable names.
Sorry?
The joke is they got really, really, really long names.
Ah, right, okay.
But Nagakosi suddenly taken 2 for 1. Gosh, Tom Curran's out to bat.
Oh my word, already in the 8th over.
Maybe Joffre will come out and smash 80.
Yeah, that'd be quite entertaining.
That'd be great.
Wouldn't it just? Let's give a jingle to Mr. Curran.
He's not South African, but let Tom Curran.
That'll do. Nagakosi is into Tom Curran, who drives it up to mid-on. There's no run, and this is where your theory comes in, Andy. Let's not hang this out, man. Let's just keep carry on going.
Well, yes, I was going to say, we've also been there trying to work out what MS Dhoni is already in this IPL. Do you just go for it anyway? Do you protect your run rate? Well, I would say at least pick one and commit. Make sure everybody knows which one you're doing.
I just go for it. What the hell? It's a T20.
Yeah, I would too.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You've got to know you're going to lose from here unless someone... I mean, this is it. The only way you're going to win is if someone gets lucky swinging. So you might as well give it a shot. And if you lose, what the hell? You're going to lose anyway. They're driven out to point, and there will be a single. Tom Curran gets himself off the mark.
It's an interesting approach, though, to field the two young quicks. Both have come through the under-19s, both of whom now have taken wickets and have looked pretty sharp.
Yes, done well. Nestler's in the green room says, what? Aren't we still wasting our lives now? Well, I am now, but I had a bit in the middle where I wasn't. That was the important thing.
Yeah, sitting around drinking, watching cricket on the internet, you could take a view as to...
Don't say that. I believe I'm doing something worthwhile.
The productivity of that.
Convince myself this is worthwhile and we're doing a really valuable service, don't
No, we are. No, we 100% are.
Yeah.
I don't consider it a waste at all.
Jay says the Tuati jingle makes him want to take ketamine. I think probably a lot of things make you want to take ketamine, Jay.
Well, Mavi is going to continue. And this is his 4th over, isn't it? He's bowling in 3.
Bowling in 3, yeah.
And... that's just defended out into the offside. Well, attempted drive by Tom Curran. Goes nowhere.
Who was it said the IPL helps me play under pressure? Is it one of the guys who's been out?
Yes.
Yes.
It might have been Mavi. It would make more sense if it was Mavi who's more performing under pressure.
It was the guy who was just out. It was Parag.
Yes.
You have to say that was a pretty decent shot. Just didn't get over the top of it enough. Nice drive by Curran, and it's gone down to extra cover. Oh God, they got Kuldeep yet after bowl. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
And they got back for 2.
a man whose star has fallen somewhat since he was making waves for India, bowling his left-handed leg spin.
Well, he was new.
And you don't see many of them.
You don't see many of them, but you know, people figure you out eventually. I mean, when he played the first 3 or 4 games against England, he took us apart, didn't he? But by the end of the series, he was getting slapped about.
White ball games, wasn't
Yeah, they were white ball games. That's pulled by Tom Curran out towards Cow. There is a man at deep mid wicket. It's Cummins, and he gets around and he fields. And they should get back for 2. They do indeed.
Okay. I've been working on this umpire's name by phonetically splitting it out. So it is, if I've got time, may need a month or so. Karum Anasari Narai Analaya Ananthapad Mana Bahan.
Wow. Has he got, has he got a nickname? That's
KN.
KN.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's
but it's still KN Ananthapad Manabahan.
To us.
That's cut out to the man on the point boundary. And there's no run. That's great hair. Reminds me of an 80s band.
Which one?
Oh.
All of them.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of them. I don't know, 5-star.
Oh, he does look like he should be in 5-star, yes, at the back.
Yes.
Everyone's looking at the lane anyway. So.
At the back, yeah. One of the dancers go whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah. Hilarious. They were, oh man. 80s music was a fucking 80s music was a travesty. A lot of it. Well, 80s pop music, I was particularly say.
You'll have me and Grubby lining up to fight you.
I know. I don't understand why. That's clipped up to a very wide mid-on, and there is no run.
Farong has a bet for you. He says you should bet on the number of 6s to be hit by Jofra. So far, 6 from 11 balls.
Yeah.
You can bet that sometimes. Some sites will give you that. Nakul tells us that KKR signed both Mavi and Nagakoti for the 2018 IPL after their Under-19 World Cup.
Full ball, slower, played out.
Both of them have had injury issues.
And Russell, who's an absolute muscle machine, chases after it. They'll get back for 2 anyway.
As is not uncommon with 18 and 19-year-old fast bowlers.
Yeah. We're going to
have a timeout.
Timeout.
Catch up with these. Nestlers has sent us a GIF. Yeah, Jay says 5-star. Yes, swearing on that morning show. Played in swimming pools, Proustian moment. Did you read I can't remember what the guy said. The guy did phone up, swap shop, tell 5-star they were wankers or something.
Yeah.
But they did a thing, I think a year ago, where they got him back in touch with the one at 5-star he swore at, and they met up for coffee or something. It was kind of funny.
TV these days, eh?
Yeah, it wouldn't happen nowadays. More's the pity.
Well, you never know. Any more on Twitter, or is that it?
No, that's about it. That's about it. Twitter's all I do, so that's your lot.
27 not out. Jofra got, wasn't it? Was he? Suddenly launched into a little flurry of 6s to join the 6 party. That was in his last game, I guess.
That was in the one before. In the last
was it?
Like 13-3 or something ridiculous.
So he can hit it.
6-6. Well,
yeah, you got to hit it for long enough.
We've been waiting to see it, as I think Hendo said at the time. We've been waiting to see it for England for any number of games.
But also he needs to, he's more likely to need to carry it on for a sustained period here.
Yes.
Rather than
might as well have a go.
Coming in with 3 overs left, with a mission to hit, is one thing. Coming in with 10 or 11 overs left with a mission to hit is a tougher brief.
Yes. I'm looking at this GIF.
But as I said, you just got to be kind of lucky, haven't you?
Someone falling in a puddle. Yep. Sorry.
Well, this isn't looking. We seem to have got the 2 duff games this week, haven't we?
Some you win, some you lose some. But hopefully the next one will be exciting, and you can help us out. Send us a donation to us on, God, I've forgotten, Patreon.
Well,
Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket.
if you want to get on this list, which I'm pointing to out on your
This
screen,
wall
look
of
at
fame
that.
that you can see on YouTube.
The glory
or
roll
Facebook.
of flame. In fact, it doesn't say glory roll. I'm going to have to find that. Then all you have to do is go to Patreon and donate.
$10
to
a
us.
month will get you on the wall of fame, but even $2 a month would be very much appreciated, just to keep us going and help us to bring you this quality entertainment. And if you want to freeload off us, that's fine. That's fine.
Absolutely.
The lowest team innings in international cricket at Dubai is 71. They're not out the woods yet, are they, to get to that, or are they?
Well, it can happen. You can just collapse.
No, we've got another 21 yet.
Tom Curran strides back out to the wicket as if he's going to do something serious.
Indeed.
50 for 5 off 9. Yeah, you're right. You win some when you lose some with the games you cover. We're doing double header on Sunday, aren't we?
We are doing a double header on Sunday. I'm not here on Sundays.
I might be able to help out on one of them. Keep you posted.
Perfect. In the meantime, I am very impressed with this with Nagaragoti. I think he's bowled very sharply.
Yeah, him and Mavi have been good, haven't they? You know,
the two of them in tandem, which they have been just briefly. Really quite impressive. Nippy, whippy,
Yep,
accurate. That's a good combination.
Got the better of some experienced batsmen and some of their younger counterparts.
Well, exactly. Hold on, sorry. In comes Nagaragoti, and it's played out square, behind square by Tom Curran. Out to third man, there's no run.
Are you trying to do something?
I'm trying to do something, if you can talk, yes.
Right, well, we did. If you're joining us late, you did miss Patrick Cummins working Steve Smith over most entertainingly. He cut him in half with one, just went over the middle and off. He hit the next one straight up in the air, no one got to it. And the next one he was caught behind off an inside edge. So that was bragging rights for Pat Cummins over, as Knackle rightfully pointed out, the former Australian captain. Probably never to be captain again, although who knows.
Right, I'm good.
Mavi's going to come in again, and Tuatia punches it down the ground. Could get 4 for that. Fielders after it. Oh, and Russell's round from long on to keep it to 2. Maybe 3 actually. Yeah, 3.
I'm good. Well, I'm sorted. So I can come back in and do my role.
Do that.
I shall, thank you. Tuatia, yeah, 5 off 4. Tom Curran 7 off 7. 53 for 5 in the 10th over. And this game looks like it should be dead and buried, but you never know.
Well, we've said that before.
We have indeed. As you said, a lucky hit from somebody. Tuatia seems to be capable of doing it. And Nagaragoti is in, and it's smashed, and it's 6. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Tuatia's twatted a 6. I love that.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Smacks him.
Well, at least he's got off to a start this time. You know, in that infamous innings he played the other day, I think the intention was for him to go out and play a sort of 20 off 8 type innings off the leg spin. He's the left-hander trying to play the leg spinner, but he couldn't get hold of him at all. Got stuck in a huge hole. Dug himself out in the end.
Smashes that one out through extra cover, and it's going down towards the boundary. Probably not going to make it. It's a good bit of fielding. Oh well, not good bit of fielding. A long way to go. Easy bit of fielding, but good to get there, I suppose.
Kept it to 2. Yeah.
Kept it to 2, and the score moves on to 61 for 5.
Run rate just over 11 now, 11.3, but they've upped it to over 6. It was going along just over 5 for a wee while. So again, it's the wickets lost that is the issue, and who those wickets were. The actual run rate itself of 11 or so, as what do we got? 10 overs.
Yeah.
But that's at the upper end.
Doable.
But it's yeah,
well,
it's fully
exactly. I
doable.
mean, they've got 11 off this overs. That's a dot ball driven out to cover, and there's no run. But 11
I think
off this
the
over.
issue is probably that Tuatia is the only the only batsman left.
I think that's a bit unfair to Tom Curran.
Let me finish my sentence. Who is capable of hitting sixes?
Oh no, I think Tom Curran's capable of hitting sixes, and it's not all about sixes. I mean, you get 2 fours instead of 1 6 and over. Oh, ideally, you want a 6 and a 4 and over, but keep it on the deck, my man. Get your fours. Well, I'd rather have 5 fours and an over than 2 sixes. But that could be out. No, that's chipped up by Tawatia, straight out to cover. No, they didn't cover where they're running, but it doesn't look like they did.
Our friends at Winviz have Kolkata Knight Riders at 93%.
Yep, our friends at Betfair, let's have a quick look. Well, not that they are our friends, we're always trying to take money off them. They have...
Do you mean Betway?
No, Betfair.
Oh, right, okay.
Well, Betway actually are our friends, yes. Well, they have been. Basically, you give us money, you're our friend while you're giving us money. No, actually, Betfair is about in line with Winviz for once. Armchair Cricket Podcast, this performance from Nagakotti and Mavi will fill the hearts of Indian cricket fans with joy. Not Fred Titmus is in caps. They're all duff games. Jay says, were you calling the games which were exciting 3 days ago? I don't think we were. We've been a bit unlucky in the last week. The Jersey Jingler is trying to work 5 stars rain or shine into a jingle for the bear.
Oh, nice.
Help with the limits.
We've been getting the equivalent of the goalless draws that come on last on Match of the Day, haven't we?
Yes.
Like 3-0s.
You never know. Look, they've got 10 overs left. This could turn into the most exciting match ever.
Oh, it's all
could
things
do.
are
22
possible.
hit off the last over to win. And these two are still
bowling,
there.
by the way.
Yeah, finally the man who I was saying to bowl was going to bowl in the previous innings.
Chakravarti is bowling, and his first ball is cut out towards backward square. They think about and come back for 2. They do indeed. We can give him a jingle if I can find him. I've had problems finding people, and I can't find him. Let's try there. Oh, there he is. Got him. Got him. Got him.
Hats on again.
Okay, we get the idea. Cut again, same place, almost identical shot. This time they just get the single.
Had a little graphic there of leading wicket takers in this IPL. Kagiso Rabada is up there with 7 or 3.
He's been extraordinary, and he's on such a hot streak as well. Of 2 wickets now for the last 10.
Oh, that's my stat. Oh, you stole it from me.
Sorry, Andy.
He's taken at least 2 wickets in his last 11 IPL games.
11. There you go. You see, you were correct. I was in the general ballpark.
It was 10 before the last.
I had the principle nailed, but not the accuracy.
Tony Bishop with the steal.
An interesting chap, this Varun Jack. He was Chakravarti was KKR outbid by Kings 11. I'll tell you in a moment.
Clipped nicely by Tawatia out towards long on. It'll only be the 1.
Yeah, 2019. Kings 11 Punjab outbid the Knight Riders to get him, and then reversed the situation this year. He was traded, so they got their man in the end. They just had to wait a year to get him.
I think they paid a lot. The team who had him the year before paid a lot.
8.4 crore.
Yes, and didn't really get a return on that.
Decent chunk of change, isn't it?
That is a decent chunk of change. It's about 800 grand or something.
Yes, I think so. Roughly.
Yeah, it's got what is it? A crore is about £105,000. So 8.4 is nearly 900 grand.
Reminds me of one of my favourite ever poker sledges. So I'll give you if I can, because it's not really relevant.
He's been bowled him. He's given himself some room to add up, and he's been beaten by what essentially would be a googly to a right-hander. It's going away from him, and he gave himself some room, got beaten on the outside edge, and it's just clattered into the middle stump, and Tawatia is gone, and one would have to think that the game is gone.
You would think so.
Good bit of bowling.
It was.
He wasn't
nowhere near
afraid to
the
give it a
end.
bit of air, was he? And entice him. And
Didn't
beat him,
pick
to
it.
be fair.
Anyway, the story is Phil Helmuth, who's a total prick, said to an English player, "How many chips do you have?" And the English guy sort of says 120,000. And as he says it, Helmuth says, roughly, he goes, 120,000.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny. You had to be there, probably. Anyway, Not Fred says Tony and Andy pretending they know something about match of the day. Well, I'm sure Tony can remember it from 2 months ago. I might need to have a longer memory.
Yeah, absolutely. we were, you know. But I'd only ever watch it when Watford won, so I must admit I wasn't that often.
Fair enough.
Well, the new batsman.
Otherwise, I couldn't bring myself to watch.
The new batsman, I'll give you his jingle in a second. First ball, he just clips into the leg side, and he will get a single. Let me give you his jingle, if I can find it, which I can't. Crying out loud, where are you? You can't find it.
I think this might now be an exercise in trying to massage your one rate.
You think so? I found it now. I'm going to play it.
Yeah.
Hey, Shreyas Gopal's in. Hey, Shreyas Gopal's on. Hey, Shreyas Gopal. Bats and balls.
Well, I was going to say, Andy, you're an aficionado of the IPL. What's his batting like?
Don't big me up and then give me a question like that. It's probably a sort of okay number 8.
Oh, the value of a good number 8.
Well, can he spam it out of the ground is what we need to know. There's a change in the bowling. I'm not going to play his jingle again. It's Shiv Narayan Chanderpool. No, it's not. What am I on about?
That would be
Narayan.
something.
It's Narayan. What am I going to about? It's clipped out to leg side and there'll be a single.
Did he play IPL Chanderpool? I think he did in that time when they used to play test batsmen. I thought it was a good idea.
Well, he could hit a long ball as well. I mean, he's got an extraordinary quick 100 of about 40 odd balls or 50 odd balls. Right near the end of his career as well. Still had it, man. He was a class batsman. Even though he looked very crabby. Clipped out to mid wicket and there's no run. And I thought he got done at the end of his career. They could have just given him the test series. He only needs 13 runs or something to beat Brian Lara's record. Admittedly, they gave him 3 to get there and he failed to do it in those 3.
You can't keep doing it continually unless you're Tendulkar. No, he did play. He didn't play IPL. He did play for Guyana Amazon Warriors. So there you go.
Okay. That was clipped into the leg side and there's no run. That was a really good ball. That got Tuatara out. Cut nicely by Tom Curran.
Ooh.
Terrible bit of fielding. Is that Pat Cummins? He's having a mare. The last 2 games I've seen, he's been spammed around the ground. He can't field for Toffee. That's 4 runs. What was the most expensive player in IPL history, isn't he? Or
Yes.
something?
Yeah. Most expensive overseas player. Yes.
What was he at? 18 crore? 11 crore?
It's a strange one.
Well, he's gone right across the stumps, Tom Curran. Tried to slog sweep that down behind square on the leg side. I might have got an under edge onto it. Or it might have just been pad gone down towards long leg. He did get an under edge onto his pad and it's gone down there for a single to him. He was at 16 off 14. Gopal 2 off 2. 73 for 6 in the 12th over with 1 ball left.
Indeed. When I say that about Cummins, it's not that he's a bad player. I just think it's.
That's outside half of the bat defended by Gopal and goes to the man behind square on the offside.
I just think that a fast bowler who doesn't particularly bat is an odd type of player to be the most expensive overseas.
Yeah, it does seem really odd, doesn't it?
See what Twitter has to say.
I mean, I'd have Jofra over. How much is Jofra?
Jay says, I know it doesn't work like this, but it'd be cool if Tony lent Andrew his glasses just for a bit. Oh, if only we could. If only we had the technology to hand things over from one square to the other.
Be quite amusing.
I've got some very similar looking glasses.
Why would you need my glasses, Andy, though?
There you go.
They're
quite similar.
Now you have turned into Aid Edmondson, I'm sorry.
That's not such a bad thing. I like Aid Edmondson.
Well, so do I.
That's pulled by Tom Curran, but straight to mid wicket. There's no run. How much was Jofra Archer's original contract with Rajasthan Royals?
You mean this year or
well, no, because he's been retained, so I don't know what he's on this year.
I think it was a reasonable whack.
I mean, it's the same as the year before, isn't it, or something? But if someone can clear that up. Oh, that's going to be close. Curran's hit that straight to the man out on the... Is that Owen Morgan?
It is Owen Morgan. He's wearing his two caps, of course.
Of course he's wearing two caps. And he's run out Tom Curran. And he's apologising to him.
I'm not certain it's out. I think a direct hit would definitely been out. The bowler did have to take it.
He's hit straight to Owen Morgan. He's thrown it in. No, I think he's in.
No,
I think he's in.
Yep. Well, Curran bowled at Morgan that big juicy full toss, so Morgan says, "I'll just take a little bit off this throw and you can be in."
And PayTM says it's not out. They should pay us some money as well. You keep saying their name.
If you keep saying it.
We should write to them, Tone, and say, look, we keep saying PayTM.
Well, yeah, we don't have to.
I know, of course. That's driven by Gopal up to long off. He'll get a single. So what
Shreyas Gopal's batting doesn't offer huge promise of a sort of Lazarus-like resurrection for the Royals, I'm afraid.
Well, the highest scoring so far Dream 11 player is Jofra Archer with 66 points. If you want to know that, as that's Larrett
he's got
out to wide.
I can tell you he's got a career highest T20 IPL wise, highest of 24 and an average of 14.
Who?
Gopal, neither of which are going to
win. And he could get his biggest ever score.
See the Royals home, I fear.
Yeah, Jofra is the highest scoring player, joint with who was that in second place? Was it
Gill?
Sorry,
Gill.
Shilton Gill, yeah. Who also had 66. Chakravarti bowls and heaved at by Tom Curran. He gets nothing on it. It goes through to
I honestly...
Kartik, no run.
I'm not seeing any of this six-hitting ability you promised me.
No.
Anyway, on to Twitter. Jay says, if you want to be helpful, aid me on doing a flat Halloween decoration blitz with shared plastic-covered candy for all in these COVID times.
Surely you can't do that, can you?
Well, again, we'd have if we had the technology to do that through the screen. Leah says Shiv Lobsterman from Mars Chandapur once sold his son down the river in a 50 overs match. True story. Nakul raises the flag in our defence. We got super over Rabada one for Delhi, and we got Tiwatia's heist on Sunday. It's our 8th game. We've had 2 classics, and only one's been a genuine walkover. Possibly 2 now.
Yeah.
Jay says he's just he's starting again. Jay says he's just written it on his wall. Crora is 10 million and a lax is 100,000, I think. They do that confusing thing where there's only 2 zeros off the column.
Yeah, no, that's wrong. It's lax 1,000, and it's it's supposed to be a dot, 2 zeros in. First ball was pulled down to long leg for a single. Next ball was hauled out to the wicket for a single. Both ugly shots. This game's going nowhere fast at 79 for 6.
The run race has crept up to 14.5 now.
If something were to happen from here, it would be a classic. Just clipped into the leg side and there's no run. But I've seen enough games of cricket to know that this is going nowhere fast.
Yeah, well, we did say that. There's been a few we've said that about recently, though, including
that was
England and Australia.
And Pollard was at the wicket, or Butler was still in, or whatever. So.
Well, Narayan is in, and Curran doesn't get to the pitch of the ball. Waits for it to turn off the pitch, slaps it out to deep cover. Cummins is out there. It'll be 21 off 21. Gopal 5 off 6.
I mean, Curran is capable of doing this, which is repairing an innings to some degree by scoring 35 off 30, but he's never going to score at 200.
Well, not like that, he's not.
That's not him.
That's not him, that's true. It's Gopal is trying to reverse sweep it.
Give him not out.
Has he given not out? I thought right at the end there,
basically went through to
him
the keeper.
Yeah, he reverse swept, and he may have gone under edge, but they don't think so. and it's looped up in the air. It's been caught by Kartik. They've appealed. The umpire's not given it out, and KKR have reviewed. There you go. Let's have a look. It's not going to be LBW. Oh well, actually there's a bit of
glove onto the thigh.
It's glove onto the thigh, or is it
out.
glove, or is it going to be arm? I think it's glove. Yeah, it's definitely glove.
Yeah.
But it's the wristband. What's a wristband's
Wristbands can't
glove if it's
glove.
attached to the glove. Yeah.
Here we go again. It's attached, and it's therefore part of the glove. So if you didn't have a wristband,
I would say that's not out because
if that's a sweatband, though maybe you're right. It's probably not out.
Yeah, it's a job to tell.
I think it's actually hit the corner of the glove as well. Actually, the padded bit on the corner there.
It could be an interesting one.
The Chetibahodi Shamsuddin gave it as not out.
Yeah, I think that's out. I've got to say, I think that's hit the top part of the glove, rolled up.
But that's something you can't really tell from Ultra Edge. You're going to have a really close look at that and make a judgment call.
It looks like it may have just caught the pad of the finger protecting
The
part of
corner,
the glove,
yes.
as it were, just grazed it on the way through, in
it's a
which case
tricky
he's a
one.
goner.
It is a tricky one.
Well, I think that's out. If I was the third umpire, I'd be giving that out.
The Bears given it, but what do PayTM think?
Yes. PayTM think it's out.
It's given.
It is indeed, so let's give him a jingle.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Now it's 81 for 7, and there are 6 overs left after this. And in fact, we're having a change at the end of this over, aren't we?
We are. I'm moving into your chair.
Yep, I'm moving into yours, and
Nestlers will return. The
Yeah,
return
and
of
I
the
get
Nestlers.
I get some time off the death throes of this game.
You're lucky.
Jay says that's the only thing he can make sense of on his wall. He seems to have written the PHs of swamps. Why am I thinking the apartment from 7? The apartment from 7? No bites on that?
The apartment from 7, I can't remember 7. Although I did catch the end of it
Spacey's
twice.
The mad guy in 7, his apartment, all crazy stuff on the walls.
I don't remember. I remember seeing that at cinema, and I also I caught the end of it twice on Sky Movies, where
What's in the
Brad
box?
Pitt. Well, Brad Pitt discovers the head of his wife in the box.
Well, best place with Gwyneth Paltrow.
No worse than a lot of marketing brainstorms I've been in.
Spoilers.
Kind of nonsense
well,
that ends up on the wall.
Spoilers of films 25 years ago.
Exactly. I don't give a shit, Nestlers.
7 were you talking about?
Yes.
Just don't look in the box at the end.
Oh, look! I get to play his jingle once more. It's this man. No, it's not him. Here we go.
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
And just plays it back down the track to Narayan, who ends his third over, 1 for 20. Tom Curran, it's Englander out there again. Tom Curran, 21 off 21, and Joffa has joined him. They have 6 overs to score.
Morgan should come on and bowl.
Yeah, exactly. They've got 6 overs to score nearly 100 runs.
Right, I'm done. TTFN.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Andy.
See you,
Joffa
Anon.
Archer.
I'll hand over to Tony.
Indeed,
Nestlers
thank you,
will come
Bear.
in.
Joffa Archer is.
You've moved to Paris, Nestlers.
Oh, he has.
Yeah, I just take a quick flight while I was on my break.
Bon vacances.
I put the
Monsieur Nestlé.
I put the recycling out first and thought, sod it.
Life gets no more exciting than that. Well, poor Diana probably painting toilets is almost as exciting as putting the rubbish out, I think. Anyway, 81 for 7, 27 not out, of course. Archer's best. He's not facing at the moment. Tom Curran is. It's an all England partnership that have got to try and haul a minor miracle for the Royals. They've got 1 run towards that with a slap out to cover off the bowling of Sunil Narayan. No, it wasn't Narayan. We're looking at the wicket. Again,
Yeah, it wasn't Narayan, yeah.
It was Narayan that took the wicket. We all called it. Finally, having watched it about 10 times, it did just graze the glove on the way to then the leg as well. This one, Joffa Archer, because of that single, well, he's launched that. My word, he's launched that. He's straight into his work with a 6 over extra cover. What a shot. To be fair, it was right in his arc there, don't you think?
Yeah, it was.
Chakrabarti. That one.
Oh no.
Really spun in and nearly cut Joffre in half. We'll have another look at it for you.
It's a googly, isn't it?
Back of the hand googly, and it really turned. Oh, well, it cut Archer in two, and it missed the leg bail by millimetres. Up in the air it goes. He was looking to get it down the ground. I don't think he's got enough. Is it going to fall short? No, it's not. It's magnificently taken.
That's
and
Marvy.
I'm afraid Joffre Archer, his stint at the crease was glorious, but brief. He's gone.
In for a good time, not a long time. He just didn't get to the pitch of the ball there, did he? He stretching a little bit too far. Got underneath the ball, toe end, straight up in the air. It's a really good catch. Marvy is
Young Nagagotti judged it magnificently, diving away to his left.
I thought it was Marvy, but maybe it was Nagagotti. The youngsters had a cracking game, haven't they, Tone?
Well, that's what we were saying. The pair of them both come through the under-19s, and they're lively. And it's interesting, you spend all the money on the big established draws, don't you? And yet you've got, the tournament does still bring on young and local, as it were, Indian talent, which of course it's designed to do as well.
Well, absolutely.
But that I always think in favour of the way these franchises work is the limit on the spending. The caps on the spending encourages you to balance your team, with the big money, but also to bring on the
youngsters,
the younger local talent, and these two have done that quite magnificently. Anyway, Archer has gone. He was caught quite superbly by Nagagotti, and Winatkat will be at the crease. He won't face the batsman cross. Tom Curran has a huge task ahead of him, and he dabs that just down to short third man, and will just take another single.
Let's have a jingle for the new batsman.
Jaded Winatkat, when you find out that
he's worth more money than you'll ever earn in your whole life, hardly seems fair.
Yep, Jada Winatkat it is. What can he do with the bat? Well, we've seen earlier what he does with the ball. That one is just steered nicely, tidily, and unflamboyantly away to point. He will get himself a single, so at least he's up and running.
Two and a half a ball. So 15.
Yeah, that run rate has, I would imagine, with the addition of a couple of extra wickets, has now gone to 17. 17 when you've lost six of your wickets, then it's hard work, I suspect.
It's all irrelevant. Do you want this? I don't know what this tweet is about from Jay, because I haven't been completely listening.
Okay.
Fuck you, Bear. Just checked my Lack and Crawley wall scribblings were correct. You Grateful Dead Campfire Bradnam. My handwriting is also not nearly as neat.
1 lakh is approximately £1,000. It's 100,000 rupees, yes. Oh, if you were talking in rupees, then I agree with you. Yes.
What's the Grateful Dead Campfire Bradnam?
I have no idea.
I wouldn't like to even think about it, to be honest.
Yes, exactly.
So, dragging us back to the cricket, this has been a really rather disappointing response from the Rajasthan Royals.
Yes, I placed money on them to win, and my money has been totally wasted, Tony.
Well, I mean, it's not like they don't have the horsepower in that batting camp to.
They don't, but as we said earlier, they really need a start, don't they? I mean, your top three there, you got Smith, Sanju Samson, and Butler. I mean, you want one or two of those guys to fire, and you're always in with a shout, surely. But it's always going to be the way. You've got to go from the off, and if you get it wrong, which is, when you're swishing a bat, it's just as easy to.
Butler did okay, but if you look at Smith, Sampson, Utapa, Parag.
Well, Smith looked really odd, let's be honest. I mean,
Smith managed 14 between them, which is not good enough.
No, I mean,
Smith didn't look like he didn't know what he was doing.
Exactly, Smith really didn't know what he was doing, and yeah, exactly. But it was a very strange innings by Smith. I mean, he's better than that. For some reason, he was stepping outside leg when his raison d'etre is just go outside off and try and work everything to leg. I mean, that's how he plays the game. So what he was trying to do that for, I don't know.
They just had a bad day at the office, I guess.
Possibly.
Well, Zverev is in a game at the French Open. He's 2-1 up, but he's 2 breaks down in the 4th to Herbert.
Yeah.
Pierre Hughes Herbert of France.
Well, I think what you can say about Smith, and that's what I was saying, looking forward, he doesn't really like extreme pace, does he? I mean, Cummins has troubled him today a little bit. Joffre troubled him last summer. And maybe there is a chink in that little armour.
We've done a check recently on our friends on Cricket Tracker India. Nestlers?
But no, I haven't been on.
Indeed you have. Well, you see, things like that can slip through the cracks. As Kuldeep.
Could be repeating things.
Oh, are they? Yeah, I was going to say hello. No, they're not. Kuldeep to Anadkat, and Anadkat pushes it away into the onside. Will get himself a single.
Shall I play a jingle for Kuldeep?
I'd almost forgotten Kuldeep Yadav was there. But,
that Kuldeep was science fiction until I saw him today.
He's in again. Down the track once more. This time Curran comes. It'll be another single down to long on. A single so easy that he quite literally does stroll it.
Well, what do you do?
It's Sunil Narayan's turn to be the 2-cap man now.
I mean, what do you do if you're Tom Curran? You just got to try and spam it out of the ground, haven't you?
Well, yes, or
I mean, your run rate's going to be.
Are we in the area of game management? Oh, Kuldeep's dropped the ball.
Well, how much game management do you get from here? I mean, if you hit 3 sixes, you're just as likely to get 6 and over. I mean, there's hardly anything in it. You've only got 4 overs left after this.
The left armour skips in, swept, not particularly convincingly, but down to long leg by Anadkat. They will take 2. So not really dealing in the big hits that are going to get them over the line here. And every time they hit those 1s and 2s, that run rate, I'm afraid, just extends a little bit further.
Yeah.
Now up to 18. So that's going to be a tough ask. Decent start for Kuldeep Yadav, 4 off the 3 balls. This one nips into Anadkat. He's forward. He's got a big, tall front leg. Well, obviously the other leg's about the same length, but he gets it well forward. It's pushed away into the onside. It's a dot this time for Kuldeep. Goes through his routine of flipping the ball before getting a top edge and well backed up Tom Curran. And that cat was daydreaming there. Goodness knows where he was. Curran wasn't. Curran was literally under his nose by the time Anadkat realised that he probably should have been running. But he got himself to the other end. It is another single.
It was a leg
It's given a leg by, in fact.
Yeah, I don't think he got anything on it.
That's probably what fooled him. So Tom Curran back on strike. 2, Kuldeep. Steered by Curran. Past cover through down to deep extra cover. They will take another. I would imagine they should have taken 2 unless Anadkat was dozing again. Yes, they did. 97 for 8. 16 overs completed, so 4 overs left to chase down a lot of runs.
I mean, you imagine the audience for this is the metaphorical walkout, isn't it? When your team's getting hammered at home or away or whatever, you just you leave the stadium early.
Yes, you probably would. This would be the footballing equivalent of 5-0 down with 10 minutes to play.
Absolutely.
But it would nonetheless, strange things do happen.
Yeah, that's why the optimists stay on the ground, Tone.
As Anadkat will face again. He's facing Chakravarti, who flips this one into him. It's pushed away into the onside. It's another dot ball, not what the doctor is ordering for the Royals, I'm afraid.
Unadkat is
it's an
not
unregal performance today from the Royals with the bat.
He's not going to be hitting lots of sixes, is Unadkat?
No, I fear not, as this one is steered away 2 points. Another single taken. They're still working the ones and twos, but that isn't very much isn't the order of the day, I'm afraid. Steve Smith is sat there on the bench, looking on with a look, I think you could describe that as resignation, probably, upon his porcine chops.
Yep.
Tom Curran. Tom Curran's not a man to give up a fight, though. So let's see what he's got. As in comes Chakravarti, swept by Curran down to deep backward square. There's a man down there. It's Andre Russell, and it will just be another single. So 2 of 3 from this Chakravarti over, showing good control. Curran wanting to push, wanting to get on with things, wanting to try and at least haul his side somewhere into the vicinity, but it's just not going for him. This one, though, is hit beautifully through extra cover, but fielded by Narayan down there on the extra cover boundary. There will be 2 more. 101. The 100 is up for the Royals. 101 for 8. 2 balls left of the 17th over. 2 for 23 for Chakravarti. Unadkat will be on strike. He's going at close to a runnable 7. Just and that one, he well, I think he was looking to reverse ramp Andre Russell. Gallops as much as Andre Russell gallops around at long leg to field.
It wasn't a reverse. Single. He was just trying to dab it around the corner, wasn't he? Yeah, I think it was quite a successful shot.
Well, yeah, but I think they need to be dealing in 4s and 6s, and they're dealing in 1s and 2s. Down the track comes Tom Curran. This one, though, he still hasn't got hold of. It's really just pushed to long on, although he was looking, I think, to go a little bit straighter. Straighter might have got him a 4, but it didn't. It just got him a single. It's the end of another good Chakravarti over. No wicket, but there doesn't need to be if they can keep the lid on the scoring so successfully. Is that Shane Warne?
Yeah.
Behind his pink mask? Yes, it is.
It's the Gimp Warne.
The Gimp Warne. I think it's a little harsh. His
I don't
hair
think it is.
Looks from that angle, his hair looks false, which of course we know is artificially enhanced.
It looks like he's got a sort of blonde little capiche bit put on top of where where his natural hair is, and he's probably got bald spots. It's, like
it's one of those where you want the wind to blow underneath it and go.
Yeah, exactly, you know, you just pick it up and there's a little spot underneath, you turn it around or something.
103 for 8. £70,000 a year to have that done.
Really, Nestlers? Is that, you know that for a fact? That's
no, it's Donald Trump's tax return.
Oh, God. Oh, this one is hauled by Curran, and again he really sort of bottom edges it. That, I know his eyes were lighting up, and I think he could see that flying over the deep mid-wicket boundary, but it didn't. It went all the way along the ground, and it'll just be another single. This is frustrating for the Royals. It's certainly frustrating for a man like Tom Curran, who does want to get on with things. 29 off 28. Not for the want of trying. The bowling's been too good, too clever, and he just hasn't connected when he wants to. Kuldeep is not going to make life any easier. Indeed, he doesn't. That's flipped, and Unadkat is only able to steer it to short extra cover and will not get another run. Kuldeep Yadav, number 7 for him. Little wizard that he is.
Do they have players plugged in on the outfield in this game?
Plugged in as in talk to?
Yeah,
I believe so. I mean, they might as well at the moment, because that one, what a delivery that was from Kuldeep. No wonder he's smiling. Kept a tad low, and Unadkat was looking to step back and force it into the offside, and he did the first in stepping back, but the force was nothing more than a drop the bat in panic just before it pegged back the middle stump. Kuldeep in again. This one is worked away to mid-on. Just a single. 70 needed off 14. The implausible, improbable, and frankly ridiculous run rate of 30 and over now puts the result of this game, I suspect, certainly with these two batting, beyond all question. But stick with us, because all kinds of odd things can happen, but I really think a Royals win is not going to be one of those things. In comes Kuldeep Yadav. Again, Tom Curran is looking to lift or loft that, and it wends its way along the ground straight to long on. It's just another single. Curran limps sorrowfully along to 30. His partner Navkat still on 9 from 12. 106 for 8. 1 ball left before we call in the services of our Paris correspondent to find out what the rest of the world is thinking about this pretty sorrowful effort, frankly. This one Nadkat has got hold of, but he's got hold of it straight to deep mid-wicket. Another wicket has fallen. It's the end of that over. Another wicket gone. It's 106 for 9. Kuldeep has a wicket. Nadkat has gone. We'll play a jingle.
All of the dreams that I dreamed were mine are going, gone.
Well, this is
Hang on,
interesting.
hang
Hold on.
What's happening?
I think, right, so Innercat's hit that, because when he hit that I thought that's going for 6. Now I think he's complaining it's hit the spider cam cables and have been caught.
Oh, well, we didn't see that. We'll
No,
have a look. He hauls it. It goes up.
Oh, it doesn't. I don't know. It's difficult to see, isn't it?
Oh, it does. It deflects massively off the dangling camera.
Did it?
Spider cam or a piece of mechanism. And it changes the direction of the ball
it did there.
quite dramatically. It sort of does a sharp left turn to where the fielder was, and the original
Absolutely.
shot. I'm not sure would have made the boundary, but it wouldn't have.
No, I think it
changed
was.
direction in midair.
I thought he'd hit that pretty cleanly. I thought it was going for 6, and then suddenly it ended up in the man's hands.
Well, everybody seems to see the funny side of it on the pitch.
So
Were this
what's the
life
ruling
and death
here?
in the context of the game?
Hits it there and just goes straight
Yeah.
up, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. It absolutely does.
And the thing is, you don't actually see it on the camera. If you don't see it, did it happen? The bear's shit in the woods. And therefore, is it going to be out?
Well, I'm intrigued. What would be the rule? I mean, that's.
Well, surely it's 5 runs, isn't it? It's hit an object on the field.
Well, it's not. How high out above the field does an object have to be?
Well, I don't know, but it's certainly an artificial object.
It's
It
connected
is.
to the stadium.
Or do you just call it a dead ball? I don't know.
I think that would be the more logical.
It's
answer,
hit
is
that
to call
cable.
that a
It's
dead ball.
definitely hit spider cam cable, and it's gone far and up in the air. You can't
There
really
is
see it from
something
that
going
angle.
on in the IPL, isn't there?
Yeah, I'm sure this
I think
this is
the
probably
dead ball-
sponsored by PayTM, you know.
Yes. It's the whacking the dangly spider cam award from PayTM.
And
I think a dead ball has to be the only decision you can realistically make. I mean, if you hit a helmet that someone's taken off and left behind the wicket keeper, for example, quite right, it's your fault for putting it there. You need to be more careful and manage it. But the players can't be accountable for smacking a perfectly good shot that is hit by a piece of stadium equipment dangling.
You see, from that other angle, though, you
40, 50 feet above them?
You don't really see. Well, it does change angle a bit there.
No,
it's very difficult to see from all the other camera angles. He's giving him out. After all that,
He's giving him out.
PayTM says you're out.
Knuckles says it's a dead ball.
Well, I saw that, but I rather feel that our friend Karam Anasari Narai Analyar Arantapadmana Bahan
Who the bloody hell's
doesn't agree with that's the umpire, Nestlers. Where have you been?
I don't know. Paris.
Well, he doesn't agree, and he's given it out. He's probably thinking it's time for my tea. this game's not going to end in a Rajasthan win. Let's get things moving. Bring this man to the crease.
Why did he do that? Unbelievable!
It is unbelievable. I mean, if you're going to give him out, why did you? I mean, that's just.
But it hit something. We all saw the ball.
True.
I didn't see anything from those camera shots.
I saw one from the one that swung over, but it's difficult because actually the frame wasn't in the picture. But it did look like it diverted quite sharply upwards from one of the angles, but none of the others, and that could just be camera weirdness. Anyway, after all that,
he's out.
He's out. Another 5 minutes wasted.
Well, he was. I was just looking. Clearly, I was just looking on the Crick Tracker. They definitely say they think it hit the cable.
What do they know?
Balls don't change direction on their own. This one is lumped, though. That's not going to hit anything except possibly the car that's there to be won, which probably now has a broken window because it's been smacked into by Tom Curran. I wonder if he'll get a bill from Tata for damaging their cars.
Straight into it. Good shot.
Well, yes, it was a good shot, wasn't it? Absolutely nailed that, did Curran. He's gone again. This one he doesn't nail, though, and it bumbles its way along the ground to deep mid wicket. And in fact, with Rajput at the other end, he says, you know what, I'm staying here.
Yeah.
There's no point in running a single here. We're having another look at that. Now, that ball, it literally changes direction mid-air. There is no law of physics that could make that happen, as this one is met by Curran.
And that would, of course, take a lot of pace off the ball, you know.
Yeah, quite extraordinary decision. Were it to materially affect the course of the game, as this one is in from the Rhine, Curran slaps it. I don't know if he's got enough. It's one bounce though, and they will run 2. So it's good running. 113 for 9, and 175 target, with or without the intervention of Spider Cam, is now effectively beyond them. You are quite right. Unless it's a sequence of they need snookers, let's put it that way. This one Curran meets, no doubt about that, smacked down the ground, back over Sunil Ryan's head for one of these.
Lovely shot.
But a run rate of 47 and over means more than a few snookers needed. But nonetheless, good belligerent, backs to the wall, bat throwing from Tom Curran. He steps outside of his leg stump, hauls it away over mid-wicket. He's going to have fun now. There's a touch of the MS Dhoni's about this. Too little but too late, but nonetheless entertaining. Big ball.
Well, he's finally managed to get hold of a couple of balls, hasn't he? I mean, he's been trying and mishitting them. He's had no help from the other end. He's got a 50. And they've only got 126.
Well done, Tom Curran.
Absolutely. Right, what does he need? If they get a no ball that gets hit for 6 and then a no ball's free hit gets hit for 6, they can get 48. So they can get a tie with a singular no ball that's hit for 6, followed by and then every other shot. Basically 8 6s in a row, including a no ball.
So there you heard it from the Bear, who's now going to give you the Bear bet odds
on that.
The likelihood of that happening
is fucking slim.
There's more chance of you achieving that than the Bear reading the umpire's name correctly first time. Well, it's not going to happen because Kuldeep, wizard that he is, has got that ball to nip past the inside of Rajput's wild swing, and it's as good as game over. Although our friendly umpire holds up proceedings. I literally have no idea why.
Well, Rajput was looking at the ground. He wasn't even looking at the bowler.
Oh, right. There you go. Well, Kuldeep's in again. Beats the outside edge of a dodgy prod from Rajput. Through to the keeper it goes.
He's got a swing.
Well, he does swing, but it was just too good a ball for him. Down the track he comes. That's lofted. I don't know. Has he got enough?
Yeah,
Yes,
I think
he has. It's 2 caps Morgan. But he's over the
Well, just needs that noble 2 of them now.
Yeah, you just need 2 no balls.
He hit it very high up. That was a very high trajectory. He got very underneath it. But got enough length. Oh dear.
This one, Rajput. What a delivery from Kuldeep. Not phased at all by that 6. So he's now bowled 3 dot balls and been slapped for 1 massive 6. But he'll take that, I suspect. I'm sure he'd love to finish with his 2nd wicket as well. Rajput seems to be offering even money on a big hit or out, because there isn't much point in
there isn't much point doing anything
else, as the bear says. A slip is in place. Kuldeep in. Down that track comes Rajput. Gets hold of that, but not enough. Straight down to 2 caps Morgan. So just a single. We have the last ball of the match, and the 175 needed. 133 for 9 the score. It's been a pretty poor effort, I'm afraid, by the Rajasthan Royals on this occasion. They've been well and truly bested by the Knight Riders. That one though is 4, up and over extra cara. Tom Curran finishes in defiant but unsuccessful manner. Are you going to play us a 4 jingle, Bear?
Yes.
It's me,
Well, it was one.
It's me, says she.
Well, there we go.
Well, yep, indeed. 37 runs, the margin of victory, which in T20 is not quite a country mile, but it's not at all bad. So we'll just remind you of how things transpired. The Knight Riders 174 for 6, you will recall. Shubman Gill 47 of those, 24 from Andre Russell, 34 from Owen Morgan. But in response, I'm afraid, Josh Butler laboured a little bit to 21 off 16. There was then a right old clatter as Smith went for 3, Sampson went for 8, Robin Uthappa went for 2, and Parag went for 1, Tawatia for 14. Tom Curran, take a bow. At least he hit 54 off 36. It wasn't always smooth, it wasn't always good to watch, but he didn't give up and he kept plugging away.
And eventually he did start. I did say he could hit 6s, and he hit 3 of them.
Well, he absolutely did.
Strike rate 150.
Sadly, no one else stayed with him.
No.
Gopal 5, Archer 6, Undakat 9, and Rajput 7. Excellent bowling by the Knight Riders. 1 for 40 for Nareen, 1 for 13 for Pat Cummings, 2 for 20 for Shivam Mavi, 2 for 13 off 2 for KL Nagragoti, Varan 2 for 25, and 1 for 20 for Kuldeep Yadav. 37 runs the margin, and we will move on. Nestle, do you have any final messages on our various platforms?
Final messages. Jay Grover says thank you all very much. A needed break. Off to watch horror until more US politics. Muttley
That
says,
is horror.
Indeed. Happy with the KKR win. Thanks again for the coverage. See you all Sunday. Love and sausages. Woof.
Doubleheader it will be.
Jeff Knackle are talking about the spider cam. It would have been a dead ball, but they obviously didn't think there was enough evidence. Brian Barish says, thank goodness the game wasn't in the balance, because we'd be talking about that non-call for a while and the rule would have been changed before we all went to bed. And
yes,
to finish on, I think, Leia, Shane Warne looks like he's been taken over by a brain slug from Essex.
Yes.
Yes, that's a Futurama and bleaching reference. There you go.
Okay. Well, it has been a delight to have your company. We're sorry the game wasn't closer. They can't all be. You've been in the company of me, Tony Bishop, and with reading your tweets almost without a break, Nestle Boy, the Bear, as ever, masterminding the controls and occasionally confusing all of us because he was actually waving to a web engineer who was in the studio rather than us, and we kept thinking we were supposed to be doing something. And of course, Andy Ward, who is a keen student of the IPL. A-Team will be back on Sunday to be with you. In the meantime, thank you for your company, and we'll see you on Sunday. Take care.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Guerrilla cricket.